look to the future where I can be free.
Okay. What kind of work do you do?
What kind of work?
Yeah.
So I'm unemployed.
You're employed?
Yeah.
Go and do manual labor.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. They're pretty good. I don't know. They're just kind of, I have to work on my singing voice.
Yeah.
Performing voice.
Work on it. That sounds like you said, now you made a disclaimer in the beginning of the call, and you said you weren't from Canada?
Yeah, I am from Canada. Yeah.
You are from Canada?
Yeah.
Where are you?
I'm in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario.
Sault Ste. Marie, up above Michigan there.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much for the call, and I would have said keep your day job, but you don't have one. Wild card line, you're on the air. Good morning.
KTMX, Southern California.
Top of the morning.
Well, you didn't say, well, there she is.
There she is.
Thank you. Hey, you know, I would put a pack of cigarettes in the time capsule so that the people in the future know why they'll croak, you know, and now they're illegal.
They're not illegal, but they're well on the they're well on the way.
So how come when you watch CNN it's called monitoring, but when I watch TV it's called couch potatoing?
Well, because I'm sitting here doing my program with the volume down, monitoring.
That's what I do. I watch with the volume down. I listen to your show. I monitor two at once.
Okay, well, it's just a word, dear.
Well, I'm going to monitor from now on.
All right.
If you don't mind. Hey, so if you could put one of your interviews in the time capsule, just one.
Oh, God, what a good question.
What would it be? And I've been listening since about Al Bielek. Maybe earlier. I guess you could.
Well, you know, it's like an author, for example. They always like their latest book best. I think that I probably would put the Terence McKenna interview in.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Maybe
No,
Malachi,
no,
maybe.
No, wait, think about it.
Maybe Malachi.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I don't know. It's really hard. I've done a lot of really good interviews.
I know. Some really killer interviews.
Maybe even Willie Nelson. I don't know.
Oh, that was a good one. You know, I had never heard the sewn up in a bedsheet story. And I'm sitting here thinking, no, if I ever get an old man that does that to me again, I am going to sew him up.
Yeah,
so tight.
I can picture that.
You know what? I have to say good morning to Mr. Good Positive Wednesday, or else he'll be mad at me.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Good Positive Wednesday.
Wherever that is and wherever you are.
What do you like to know?
Yeah. Probably a new boyfriend.
I doubt it. Although I always happen to pick the good ones that are always married.
Really?
Yeah, I just have this note from a married man.
Yeah.
Well, all the good ones are taken already.
So
I'm
you
left with the clones.
So you really date married men, huh?
Absolutely not.
Well, then what do you mean? You're just attracted to them?
Yes.
I see. And they're attracted to you.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that part. But you know, the most attractive part about a married man is the way that he loves his wife.
Huh.
Think about it.
I am.
Trustworthy.
Uh-huh.
Unswerving.
Uh-huh. But then you would tempt them from that.
Nope.
But that's what you're attracted to.
That's right. And if they stopped doing that, then they'd be a big fat liar, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Then I wouldn't like them.
They'd be like our president.
That's right. Speaking of which, he owes me an apology.
Really? You and Paula?
Yes. Can you believe that? 2 women in 1 century. That's what I
Well, you're not real high up in the Arkansas state government, so
an apology list? Oh, God.
Listen, this is going downhill. I gotta go.
Okay, good night.
Good night. Oh, boy. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, Art. First of all, let me state that I must remain anonymous.
That's all right. I have a lot of anonymous people.
Second of all, I'll answer your next question by saying that I've thought about it for several years. Email, snail mail, fax. The only thing I could come up with would be a neutral phone.
What are you talking about?
I have information for you, but
Secret information. Critical information. Information that might even get me killed. Right?
not you, but maybe me. I'm nervous for being on the radio, but I'm scared for what I've decided to do.
All right.
Is there a way?
What does it concern?
It's the smoking gun that everybody's been looking for, but
With regard to UFOs?
yeah.
Was that a yes?
Yes. Is there a way for a minute that you could play a commercial or an ad and I could speak you off the air?
Yeah,
Um,
there's a way. If it's really that hot. Now, you're not blowing smoke here, are you?
no, sir, and this will be the only time that I will ever do this.
All right. Then stay put for a minute. Hold on. I'll come to you in a second. Stand by. That wasn't worth it at all. I went to the phone line, and he started telling me this story about a crash, a UFO crash, prior to World War II. And I said, well, can you get me the information? And he said, no. No, I'm scared. I can't do it. I can't give you the information. No documentation. No information. Well, so then what am I supposed to do with it? I mean, come on, folks. Sheesh. That's a big waste of time. I've got to talk to you off the air, Art. Well, you could have said all that on the air. You're not sending me anything. You talked about, you said fax, snail mail, email, whatever. Pretty good privacy, whatever way. You're not willing to send me anything, any documentation, but you're going to weave a tale while I play a commercial. Give me a break. Back to the phones, east of the Rockies. You're on the air. Hi.
Hi, my name is Jim from Chicago.
Hello, Jim.
Hi, looking for Art Bell.
That's me.
Hi, Art. I'm just curious. I saw the C-SPAN replay of the. Yeah, it was really great, huh? I just want to know. You mentioned there was 2,500 balloon tests running at a time. I'm surprised there wasn't a ton more of these sightings.
Well, that's a good point. Actually, it's a very good point. I mean, from 1952 or 3, whatever it was, that they really got going with this, there should have been all kinds of sightings. And one more thing, nobody ever saw, that I know of, one of their dummies coming down in a parachute.
That's right.
And somehow you wouldn't think of aliens as parachuting in anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know. They had it all messed up. It was so bad that I really did feel sorry for the colonel, because I feel he was sent out there against all his better instincts to sell the unsellable.
Yeah, well, his knees were shaking apparently, so.
Yeah, well, can you
I
blame
can tell
him?
you something, yeah. That's why I wanted to tell you, Art, and I really love your show, and first time caller, by the way.
Thank you. I would like to interview that colonel. I'm sure the Air Force is not going to allow him to be interviewed, but he would be fun to interview, wouldn't he? Now, I will put David Oates to work on that news conference. We'll definitely do that. That'll be a fun time, huh? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hey, this is Camo.
Well, Camo, turn your radio off.
Oh,
Oh,
that's right.
yes.
I was in my car.
I see. Well, turn it off anyway.
Yes,
All right.
So, there were some letters that was sent on your internet that said messages from Camo. A message from Camo. Did you ever receive any of those?
Don't know what you're talking about. Nope.
Okay. You'll have to read those messages that are on there to understand what I was going to tell you about what's happening up here in Alaska.
Okay, what's happening?
Well, there's some malicious stuff that was going on up here.
Malicious stuff.
That's right. And I have the victims here, not with me right now, because one went to Anchorage. But I can have them here tomorrow to talk to you on another line or something, so that they can give you more information about what actually happened up here.
Well, give me some idea.
Some idea of it.
Of what happened, yeah.
Well, there were some guys that went to their trailer and they tried to use gas cans and stuff like that in the middle of the night, and they tried to run them off of their property that they own. And,
You're not making any sense. They tried to use gas cans for what?
well, they wanted to burn them out. But one of them had a .22 pistol. One of the women had a .22 pistol, and scattered them, okay?
That would do it.
And then one of them came in, when she ran out of bullets, one of them came in and just beat the heck out of her, okay?
Police get involved?
They refused to do anything.
Why would that? When there's shots fired, the police always get involved.
Well, not here. Maybe somewhere else.
What part of Alaska are you in?
East.
I'm sorry?
Well, I'm talking on a cell phone. They could be listening to it on something. I'd rather not give that information right now.
I see.
But on
Well,
a hard line tomorrow, on a hard line.
All right, good enough. All right, we'll look forward to that then. There are areas of Alaska, folks, where I would say the law is pretty much the behavior of the people involved. In other words, there's very little law enforcement in a lot of the outer areas of Alaska. Once you get away from Anchorage or Fairbanks and you get out into the real Alaska, there's very little law. And so what he was just telling you may not be bull at all. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to talk really briefly. This might even be old news for you. You know the Chupacabra story?
Yes, would you turn your radio off, please?
Yeah, just a sec. Turn it off for me, please. Thank you. Well, there's a large rodent, you know, in South America. I think it's called the Capi, a name very similar to Chupacabra. It's called a capybara. It's about 4 foot long, 2 foot high, weighs over 100 pounds. What's interesting about it is it eats vegetables, but its teeth are really strong, and they say it can chew right through corrugated iron.
Really?
I just thought the names were so close, you know, that there might be a possibility of that being that.
Huh. Well,
Because one's capybara and the other's chupacabra.
I've got
They're
you.
pretty close, you know. And yeah, but there was one other thing, and I just heard it on your show tonight, was concerning a missile launch or something.
Yeah.
That was the first I heard about that. What was that, a Minuteman launch or something, a test?
Yeah, I think it was a Minuteman, actually, from Vandenberg.
Oh, was there any reason for that, or
Well, they launch them all the time, sir, you know, for
just to make sure they're still working or something?
Well, to put satellites in orbit, that's right. And here's another one. I just finished watching the rebroadcast of the Air Force Roswell press conference on C-SPAN 2 at 1 a.m. Pacific. The stumbling, bumbling answers proffered by the military spokesman was a shameful display of the continuing government policy of cover-up and misdirection at any cost, regardless of how ridiculous it may come across. One thing which I can't figure out is, why would Mac Brazel, the rancher on whose land the craft landed, have needed to inform the government that a craft had landed or crashed at all? If it was merely a test craft, wouldn't the military have been monitoring the flight of the craft and known where the craft had crashed? Plus, why would the military surround and cordon off the ranch for a mere test craft? It does not compute. Nick in San Diego. All right, I am now going to, you know, I've got to presume that at noontime a lot of you did not get to see it. But the C-SPAN 2 coverage now should have given you a lot of you an opportunity to have seen it. So, let me open my first-time caller line for those of you who just got to see it, because I would like your reaction.
Now we take you back to the night of June 24th, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh?
Hey Art, how's it going?
Okay.
I just saw it.
Did you?
Yeah.
And?
And I think that it's just a total lie. You're totally 100% correct. I have a question though. Do you know if that David Oates guy, is that his name? Is he going to do any reverse speech on this guy?
We will set him to work on it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. You have to do that.
That'll be fun.
And another question. A couple years ago you had a guy on who was an author of a book, and he talked about people inside the planet, or lived inside the planet or something.
Oh, yes,
Who was that?
There were several people who have done shows on underground bases. Harley Bird comes to mind. Harley Bird claims to be a relative of Admiral Byrd. Kind of a strange cat. Then there were a couple of other people who did underground bases and tunnels. So I'm not exactly sure who you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a couple of years ago. My friend wanted me to ask.
Uh-huh.
But there was something else, but I forgot to do it, so I forgot what it was about. So,
All right.
Thanks a lot, man.
Right, thank you. See you later. And glad you got to see that news conference. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, my name's Shane. I'm in just north of San Francisco.
Hi, Shane.
Actually, I've been on your line, and I just heard your announcement about I don't own a TV.
You don't own a TV? What the hell kind of American are you?
I use the radio. So that's invasive on my gray matter. But I was calling, and I was specifically calling about the Admiral Byrd's diaries.
Yes.
Something that had occurred to me. I've heard the last few weeks I started listening to you since I moved to the Bay Area.
Yes.
I had gotten a copy of Admiral Byrd's diaries.
Mm-hmm.
It's still possible to get it from some book company. You can order it.
Yes.
And when everything was going on with John Hogue, and about Phoenix, about the lights and the V-ships,
Right.
there's a lot of different correlations there between the stuff that Admiral Byrd talks about in his diaries.
Well, I'd like to read them.
It's a really sketchy, short little book. It's like actually photocopies of handwritten pages.
Right.
Which leads me to doubt its authenticity. But it leads, are you familiar also with the IM activities at the beginning of the century?
IM?
Yeah, St. Germain Press.
No.
Began up around Shasta in Northern California.
I'm not, no.
Oh, okay. It might be something, you just might want to check it out.
All right.
Because the same thing occurred with the man who started the activities. It was sort of, it would be an offshoot like a cult or religion.
Mm-hmm.
And basically he says that there are underground cities in different parts of the world which have people in them who are much more highly advanced than we are, like on the evolutionary scale.
Then why are they down there?
Because they stay here consciously, on purpose, to help humanity evolving. But the thing is, it has a lot of different links with the stuff that Admiral Byrd talked about, because in the descriptions of the diaries of his, it sounds like the same type of thing, where it's sort of like an intergalactic community, like you would see on Star Trek.
Well, I can't think of any group of people who would knowingly, willingly live underground and think of them as really smart. I mean, that's got to be a pretty dismal existence. Wasn't there a science fiction book about two groups of people? Remember that? One group that lived underground, and they served the people who lived above ground. And they had all the machines and factories underground. And they made things for the people who lived above ground, who lived the idyllic life, walking around with flowers in their hair and calling each other brother and sister, and they never had to worry or work because all the food and clothing and shelter was provided by those who worked underground. Only problem was, every now and then, the people who worked underground would come up out of the manholes and grab one of the idiots walking around above ground and take them below ground and eat them. I can't remember what movie that was, but it was awful. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. How you doing, bud?
Okay.
This is super. I've been listening to the show for a long time, and I want to say hi to all my friends here in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Art, I watched the C-SPAN 2 program just a little while ago.
Yes, sir.
And it sure did look like that guy was trying to do a song and dance. I tell you, it was something else.
Yeah, Roswell, case closed. Ha ha.
Exactly. When they said case closed, it was just...
Well, the part that got me was where he talked about the missing 6 years, the 6 years difference between the film he had and 1947. And he said, well, I can't account for that. Time compression, he said.
What exactly is time compression? Is that supposed to be something that everybody knows?
I'm not sure. I think it's, as I said earlier in the show, I figure some general told him to say that. You know, I mean, surely the colonel had to ask, General, have I really got to go out there? And have I really got to tell them, that all of this 7 years, 10 years later accounts for what occurred in 1947. General, they're not going to believe me. They're going to ask about all this time. What do I say?
Well, son, you tell them about time compression. You know, people forgetting about dates and times and things like that.
Well, it's really been nice talking to you, and I love your show, and just keep on doing what you're doing.
Thank you. Make them believe, son. It's your job as a patriotic American and an officer and gentleman in the Air Force. Make them believe. You're going places, son. Get out there and do your job.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi, Art. I think this Phoenix incident was a stage government incident. The other night or last night when you had that replay of the guy from CSETI, he mentioned something about how the government was trying to stage like a hostile alien invasion.
Yes.
And the way they were situated, it just reminded me very much of Independence Day, and I think a lot, this alien autopsy, which I think was phony, and I think they're trying to, condition us to believe that there's a hostile alien invasion imminent.
Just one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there is. Think about it. Maybe there is. Maybe that's what they know is coming.
Yeah, well, then why don't they just say it? Why do they have to be so cute about it? I mean,
Where are you?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Oh, that's perfect. If you were to wake up in the morning, like in ID4, and go outside and look up and here covering the entire skyline of Los Angeles, probably up through Hollywood, was this giant ship. What do you think would happen in LA?
I don't just another thing. Well, I tell you.
Just another day in LA, huh?
Yeah, just another disaster.
All right, thank you very much for the call. You might have a point there. The people in LA are kind of like people in New York, so jaded that, wow, look at that. Must be MGM. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Morning.
Good morning.
Rand from Henderson.
Yes, sir.
Did you know they were opening an Old Navy store in Las Vegas?
Cool. No, I didn't.
Just called their weekly message and they said new store, grand opening on the 28th.
Uh-huh.
No.
It's a tetrahedral kind of day, I'm sure.
I think so. Anyway, I was talking to Barbie Taylor. You remember her?
Yes, Dr. Barbie Taylor.
Right, and she had worked with Stephen Gurry, gone down there to Mexico and all that. And
yes.
She said this thing that in Phoenix was, they're moving north.
That's right. That's right.
She got, and she said Las Vegas is next. So when we got this report yesterday about Nevada, that doesn't surprise me now.
Did you see anything?
No, I didn't. No, I was listening to you last night too.
All right. Well, I wish somebody had managed to get through. The problem is, of course, that getting through at any given time is very difficult. And I could have a special line here for ongoing reports, but the problem is, like every other line, it would be jammed up, and so it would be useless. I wish I had some kind of line for immediate reports. But that's what we have. Peter Davenport, where were you yesterday? You should have been telling us about this Las Vegas thing. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Time machine, I think it was Rod Stagger. He used to come up from underground and grab the people and pull them down, have them for lunch.
Yeah.
And then there was a siren sound, like every once in a while, when they went into a freedom frenzy, they'd sound a siren on door and
That's right, that's right.
Remember that?
Yes.
And they dragged the time machine behind this door, which caused him to go down through the tunnels and find his way back to find the time machine.
Yeah, every now and then they'd grab one of the idyllic people above and they'd be gone. Food.
Scary stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a price to pay for paradise, right?
Absolutely.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for the call. Have a good morning. Wild Card Line, you're on the air.
Art,
Yes.
got a question for you.
Yes.
A couple of them, actually.
Okay.
Me and my son are leaving here on the 26th of this month, and we're going to Hong Kong.
Okay.
And we will be back July 12th.
Maybe.
Oh, God, I hope so. That's my
You say you're going to be there for the changeover.
Yes, we've been working on this for, well, me and my wife have been working on this for about 2 years now.
I would not choose this moment to go.
I'm a history nut, Art. I am total history nut.
I see.
And me and my wife had already booked a passage, for your Alaska tour, and she passed away March 10th.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And now I'm trying to work out with for a group to take my son, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, we are going. Leave here about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And fly from Las Vegas to San Francisco.
And then on over.
And then board the United Airlines flight and fly to Hong Kong. We're going to be there.
Well, you'll get to see it then, but you won't get to see much.
It's going to be interesting. Maybe a little scary.
You want scary? Go on up into Red China, and that's scary. That's where everything is already in place. My guess is that when the Chinese take over Hong Kong in the very beginning, in the first weeks, months, even years, there's not going to be a lot of difference. It's going to be rather slow. Creeping totalitarianism is what it's going to be. And it will change, and you will see people arrested. There will be demonstrations. But the people in Hong Kong are a strange group. They really don't get excited. In other words, most of them originally came from mainland China. And they remember the way it was. And they know what they cannot do. And what they cannot do is protest the inevitable. And if they do, I think the Chinese saying about the nail that sticks up is the one that gets pounded down. So you may not see a lot of protests. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How are you doing tonight? This is Richard in Houston.
Yes, sir. Hi.
I saw the video on C-SPAN 2.
Yes, sir.
And the expressions, I taped it and I watched it over without the sound.
Yes.
The expressions on that man's face, you could just tell from his body language, it was so painful.
Yeah, I know.
And he kind of reminded me, he kind of looked like Red Skelton.
Really?
And I was waiting for him to start doing the old Gertrude and Heathcliff flew over and caused the planes to come down.
Yeah.
So,
it was pretty pathetic, but you didn't hear it, huh?
Well, I heard it, but I taped it and played it back.
Okay.
And
well, I think it is an historic document, and you should keep it forever. I plan to. I immediately pulled the tab on mine, and I shall keep it forever. Every now and then, playing it to remind myself of the regard they have for our intelligence. It's either that, or it's that they actually want us to believe that what occurred at Roswell was real in 1947, because it was so lame. What they did was so lame yesterday that a body simply can't come to any other conclusion. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
How you doing, Art? This is Sean calling from the Great Northwest, Como KBI.
Yes, sir.
And do you realize with this policy that the Air Force has put out, we'll actually find out what they've done, been telling the truth of Roswell, I think, in about 250 years ago?
I'm sorry?
The Air Force will tell the truth about Roswell in about 250 years from now.
Well, I'm not sure we'll ever hear the truth. I think that what will be apparent is what will be in our skies.
Well, this is true. Hey, I got 2 requests for you.
Uh-huh.
Every once in a while you put the statements out about the lady who put the cat in the bag and the old lady who stole the bag.
Yes.
And the gentleman with the truck and the dog and
That's
dynamite.
right. Yes.
Is that possible? Could you put that on your Your website?
Website.
Have a look at that?
Yeah, sure. It's possible.
And then one more request.
Yes.
Is it possible, right around 10:30 tomorrow night, could you please explain what the Kingdom of Nye is?
It's where I live.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, because I heard it a while ago, and you said you would explain it the next.
Well, I live in, the place I live in, sir, the county I live in is Nye County. That's N-Y-E, Nye County.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Well, that would explain it then.
The kingdom, indeed. All right, there you are. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Cousteau died, I just heard a little while ago. From French radio.
Cousteau?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Why not have David Oates try to do a reverse speech?
We're going to.
Hey, that's great. You know, the more interesting thing is, rather than are they covering up, the interesting thing is, why are they covering up?
Well, there's a million answers to that, from national security to social disruption as outlined in the Brookings report, to the poor scientific careers out there that would be ruined, to religious disruption. You take your pick.
Do you think maybe they don't even know, the current people in the Air Force don't even know because the records were so smothered?
Yeah, I think the colonel they sent out yesterday, for example, did not know.
Yeah. Hey, can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
How far did you go at San Diego State?
I didn't go anywhere at all at San Diego State. What do you mean?
Well, I understood that you matriculated there for a while.
No.
Those guys at the Mud Shack were telling me that.
Well, they're wrong.
Okay.
I was in San Diego, but not at San Diego State, sir. Listen, show's over. I've got to go. You get the honors.
Good night, Mr. and Mrs. America.
And Mr. and Mrs. Canada and South America. From the high desert, good night.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones. I'm Art Bell, and this is the program that covers every last one of those time zones, Coast to Coast AM. 'Tis my honor and privilege to be with you throughout the weekend, to guide you, as it were, through the weekend, and a lot of paranormal activity. I suppose, well, no, we'll hold that off for a moment. Looking at the world is always depressing. The webcam shot tonight is, well, kind of interesting. There came an opportunity to show Aaron Los Angeles, and that opportunity came in the form of an invitation to participate in a major motion picture. And so, the picture you see is on the sound stage of a movie called I Know Who Killed Me, with Lindsay Lohan. So, Lindsay is a very, very interesting gal indeed. Anyway, it's coming out in July, and it's just a bit part. You know, I get to do sort of a little thing that puts together, and I can't give away the plot, so I can't really talk about it, but that's where the photograph came from. And that's a picture of Erin on a sound stage in Hollywood, a place she's never been. And so it was kind of exciting. And it was about 10 hours of driving. Now, in a moment, I'm going to have some news from last week's intent experiment. But first, we'll look at the never-to-be-disappointed in how depressing it is world news. Baghdad, Iraq. A suicide truck bomber sent a deadly storm of metal, stone, and jagged plaster through worshippers, leaving a Sunni mosque Saturday, killing at least 39, possible sign of escalating internal Sunni battles between insurgents and those who oppose them. Motive for the attacks was not immediately clear, probably never will be. Vice President's plane got in a little trouble. Vice President Dick Cheney's plane experienced minor mechanical problems, but was while making a refueling stop in Singapore, as planned on Sunday. According to the White House, Australian Prime Minister said he had received a report Cheney's plane was being diverted after it took off from Sydney, but did not have any further details. Interesting. Meeting on the grounds of the former Confederate capital, the Virginia General Assembly voted unanimously Saturday to express profound regret for the state's role in slavery. Bad news in the Midwest, a fast-moving snowstorm has closed sections of major highways on the plains Saturday. It dumped more than a foot of snow. That's a lot of snow on the upper Midwest, caused 7 traffic deaths in Wisconsin. Storm knocked out power to more than 145,000 customers, primarily in Iowa, where freezing rain coated trees, power, and utility lines, and of course they come down like dominoes. Not good at all. A little bit of ice weighs a whole lot. Indonesian engineers temporarily halted an attempt to plug a fissure that has been gushing mud for 9 months after a steel cable hoisting cement balls, that's right, cement balls, into the crater broke on Saturday. The hot, noxious mud has displaced 13,000 people, covered dozens of factories, thousands of homes. The mud has blocked major roads into the country's second largest city. My goodness. So they're dumping large concrete balls into it. This is from a listener. I thought it was appropriate. He quotes Einstein here on radio. Einstein said, you see, wire telegraph is it's like a very, very long cat. You pull his tail in New York, and his head is meowing in Los Angeles. Do you understand this? And radio operates exactly the same way. You send the signals here, and they receive them there. The only difference is there is no cat. That's Einstein. Let me give that to you one more time. I like it. You see, wire telegraph is a kind of a very, very long cat. You pull his tail in New York, and his head is meowing in Los Angeles. Do you understand this? And radio operates exactly the same way. You send signals here, and they receive them there. The only difference is there is no cat. And that is how Einstein explained radio. All right, we're going to break here, and then we're going to review last week's intent experiment. We'll be right back. All right, we're going to review in a moment the results of last week's intent experiment to get them to show themselves. But let me tell you now, we're about to go into open lines. Now, that means anything you want to talk about is fair game. But those who are more interesting get more airtime. Those who are not interesting and or obviously impaired in some manner, they're gone very quickly. And while they are unscreened open lines, let me emphasize, I do have the button, meaning I can make the last X number of seconds disappear if need be. So to get to us, if you've got something of intense interest, west of the Rockies, 800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 800-825-5033. First-time callers, virgins, area code 818-501-4721. Wildcard line, area code 818-501-4109. No, I screwed that up. First-time callers, 818-501-4721, 4721. Wildcard line, 818-501-4109. And outside the country, 800-893-0903. Get hold of your operator. Now, let it ring till I answer. And when I do answer, the first responsibility is yours. And that means turn the radio down. From my co-experimenter, the following, dear Art. The Saturday experiment was an undeniable success. There were sightings around the world. Many of them came in from people listening on the internet. I was receiving emails from as far away as the Yucatan. Canada, also very active. Gulf Breeze, Florida, was a hot spot, had several sightings. Colorado, Ohio, Sacramento, Berkeley, California, Wisconsin, Illinois, Houston, Austin, Texas, Hawaii, New York, Iowa, as well as many witnesses that failed to say where they were, yet gave incredible reports. Everything from brilliant lights responding to people with flashlights and lasers responding to wishes and so forth, intent. This one, I had thousands. I could just go on and on. Hi, Art. My name is Vicky, and I live in Port Huron, base of the Thumb area in southeast Michigan. Wanted to relate to you my experience with last night's experiment. I was thoroughly enjoying the show. I got excited when you decided to go ahead with it, so I followed the instruction. Looked out the window, too cold to go out there. Sure enough, I saw a white ball of light in the sky off to the southeast of where I was looking. I also saw to the west of that some twinkling lights in the shape of 3D triangles that were spinning and changing colors, kind of like the old screensavers with the shapes that spin around and change color. It was so cool. It faded after a few minutes, so I went back to the radio. I was afraid my mind was making it all up, so when we did it the second time, I asked that they come closer. So the white light was directly outside my window, and guess what? There it was. It had moved from the far southeast to directly outside my window. Granted, it was obviously huge and far away, but yet they had answered my request. I got chills at that moment. Again, it faded. So it did the third time, and the white ball of light was back, along with a lot of twinkling white lights about it. How effing amazing is that? Thank you so very much for allowing us this opportunity. I believe a shift in human consciousness and awareness is truly happening with intention at the core. The success of What the Bleep and Now the Secret is testament to that. It's exciting. Sincerely, Vicky, and I'll hold the last name. Well, there's callers from 4 southern Somerset County towns. It was in a newspaper, the Sentinel, reported seeing strange lights in the sky Wednesday night, though activities that night by the Vermont Air National Guard might provide an explanation. Some sightings were close to the ground. From 7:35 through 8:12 p.m., the Somerset County Communications Center took calls from Anson, Fairfield, and 2 other cities that I dare not try to pronounce. The Anson call came from 42 Hilltop Road, not far from town. Caller told the dispatcher she saw reddish-orange UFOs through the trees. Said she saw 3 diagonal lights, then 2, then 1, before it all burned up like a comet. Spokesperson from the Vermont Air National Guard confirmed the unit was conducting training missions through the area Wednesday night. An F-16 flying overhead, the source said, would cause considerable noise. Now, they didn't hear noise, they saw lights, and F-16s moved quickly, not slowly. Former Navy intelligence crypto tech Brad Luker is a very down-to-earth kind of guy. At 40, father, husband, works at a power plant as an operator, walks the straight and narrow, doesn't believe in Bigfoot, aliens, or the Loch Ness Monster. So, when he saw strange bright lights in the sky above him Tuesday night, he assumed that it was a helicopter, maybe a small plane. Only when he opened the door to his truck, expecting to hear the whir of chopper blades above him, did he begin to wonder what in the world the craft could be. Quoting, "It was really bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. I do a lot of camping. I've seen all the basic stuff in the sky," he said. "Most strange things in the sky are high up," he said. This was way, way down there. It was so low to the ground, so brightly lit, that at first he thought, well, there must be something going on at the industry town hall. I thought, wow, that's kind of neat. As he got closer, though, he realized the lights were coming from something around 300 feet above. That was when he pulled over, opened the door, sounded like a quiet jet engine. Luker was mystified and a bit nervous at this point. A woman driving in an SUV behind him saw it as well. He never got her name, wishes now he had. She said that she thought it looked like an aircraft trying to land on the road. I know the Navy has some really funky, special, top-secret aircraft out there. That's the only other thing I could think it could be. Then it stopped right above his head for a few seconds. Just stopped. That's when it really freaked me out, he said. He'd thought it was a spaceship, he said, except he doesn't believe in spaceships. So that's kind of typical, a little sample, if you will, of the literally now thousands of reports we got. Now, there are 2 ways to approach what happened. with the experiment. As you know, it's been years since I did an experiment of any sort. But it seemed tailor-made. My guest kept saying intent, art, intent. It's all about intent. And of course, the consciousness experiments and studies that we have done are all intent-oriented. No question about that. So it was too good to pass up, even though I probably should have. I guess you could say either it worked or it was one hell of a coincidence, or simply sending people outside is going to get you reports of things in the sky. I don't know really which it was, but I know that you would have to chalk it up. If you saw the reports I saw, you would have to chalk it up as some sort of ding, 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 as all the other experiments have been. Now, you could just say, I understand. There are those who would say, well, come on. You send 1 million people outside to look at the sky and you're going to get reports. Some of these are pretty good, though. Really, really good. First on caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. How are you?
I'm quite well.
I just have a question about your reverse speech and why you no longer allow that on the air. What your thoughts?
I don't disallow it. We just haven't had reverse speech on in a very, very long time. I had a disagreement with the fellow who used to do the majority of reverse speech.
I kind of remember that.
And that kind of
I thought
ended
it was
it.
valid.
Yeah.
I didn't like what he did. But
Yeah, and so that kind of ended that. That doesn't end and I said this at the time, and I'll say it now. I still have an intense interest in the possible validity of reverse speech. Who knows?
Well, that's what I was curious about. If you still thought it was somewhat of a valid potential information source, do you plan to do that again?
If we come upon somebody who's doing research here in the U.S., maybe. Why not? Sure. I'll investigate anything. The fact that I had a disagreement with him doesn't stop me from being interested in the technology.
Very good. Great
Okay.
show. We appreciate you.
All right. Take care, bud. Once again, doing open unscreened talk radio. Anything you want to talk about, fair game west of the Rockies. Your turn. You're on the air.
Hello, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. You sound like you're on a cell phone at the end of the earth.
Can you hear me, Art?
Sort of.
That's Bob. I'm calling from here in Texas. Last Saturday, my sister had a UFO sighting on forum over Charlotte, North Carolina. And,
Yes, sir. I'm going to hold it there because we've got a very bad connection. I appreciate the fact she had a sighting, a UFO sighting, one of thousands. I mean, just thousands. And again, I guess I'm not declaring it a unilateral, absolute, unambiguous success. However, I do have thousands of reports. So from that point of view, yes, but you've got to hold out for the, what would you call it, the placebo effect? I don't know. I just know that every time we have tried an experiment, we've had success. That doesn't mean I'm going to run to do 1 million of them. It just means the batting average is damn good. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art Bell.
Yes, extinguish thy radio, please.
It's taking me forever to get through.
Okay, well, through you are.
Well, I just wanted to say that my favorite shows that you do, and you seem at your very most giddiest, is when you do the EVP shows. So I'd like to hear another one of those soon, or maybe like a best of EVP show.
Okay, yeah, they're pretty scary things.
That would be awesome. Now I have one more question. I was wondering if you ever intended to interview Alex Jones.
Probably not.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I figured you guys had your disagreements. All right. Thanks,
I've never interviewed Alex, so we don't have disagreements per se because we have never spoken. However, I know without question what his position is. What I am going to do is I'm going to hold a discussion with all of you on 9/11. That I'm going to do. I'm not going to bring any of the so-called experts on either side of the question. I'm going to, I guess, kind of do a giant poll and discussion with the audience. And we're going to find out how many people. Now, I know that given that opportunity, all of the 9/11 conspiracy groups will gather their forces together and try and flood the lines. But there are millions of people out there, so what we'll have is an open discussion one of these days. I promised it a couple of weeks ago on 9/11. I'm not afraid of it. I just don't happen to believe it. But I think there are a sufficient number of people out there that do believe in it now to warrant a discussion about it. In terms of having an advocate for either side on the air, I don't think I'm going to do that. Hi there on a wildcard line. You are on the air.
Hello, Art. This
Hello.
is Walter. This is Walter from up in Eatonville, Washington.
Yes.
And I've talked to you before about. I asked you about if you would be willing to do the mass consciousness on if God would show up or not. Now, the reason I did it was because I have a similar situation here as James Gilliam about I can shift to appear here, but the way I do it is to eliminate demons and everything else. It's something I always focus on, something to do with God. And so I thought the experiment, basically what you did, was you were asking God to show up.
You think that's what I was doing?
Well, you said you didn't want, the meditation was to focus away from all demons and everything else. Well, if you were to, and you were after
Actually, I don't recall saying that. What I recall saying was I asked everybody to focus on a joyous moment in their life. And then on top of that, to try and focus on, or to project intent to have them, whoever they are, show up. That's how I recall it. Hello?
Gilliam was also trying to delete the fear of demons, is what he
Absolutely correct. Yeah, he was. He is aware, as I am aware, that people faced with something new, particularly of that magnitude, seeing something that doesn't belong in our airspace above your head is a scary thing. And if you are of a particular religious persuasion, it could well be that you're going to think you're facing a demon. So sure, it's possible, and that's why I think we had people sort of focus on a joyous moment. We wanted it to be a happy affair, and the showing not be, like the end of a bad movie. I'm Art Bell. Somebody named Kelly from Idaho sent me an email, said, Art, my grandma asked me to email this to you, thought it was really important, thought you ought to know about it. It comes from the, let me see, what is it? Idaho Gazette, I think. Let me make sure. No, Idaho Observer. Proper credit. Headline, GAO report admits chaff in chemtrails. Now listen very carefully. The Idaho Observer reports that in May this year, a family in Iowa contacted the office of Senator Tom Harkin to report the constant crisscrossing of chemtrails in the sky above their neighborhood. They received back from the senator's office a GAO report on military chaff and the material safety data sheet for aluminum-coated fiberglass fibers being spread 7 days a week for several hours each day in the skies above their home. The chaff is spread by pilots learning how to mask planes or send false radar images. We all know that. It was reported that the military also has lead-based chaff, but not being used right now. Chaff was used by the military in Europe in World War II, and according to the GAO, had been used in training here at home since the 1950s. Once chaff reaches the ground, it breaks into little particles enough to small enough to inhale. Though military spokespeople insist the chaff isn't harmful, listen very carefully to this part. The GAO report concluded that health officials have no idea what the effects are, and more studies are needed. Among the substances found to be in the samples were several that simply ought not be there. 6 bacteria, including anthrax and pneumonia. 9 chemicals, including acetylene and chloride. 26 heavy metals, including arsenic, gold, lead, mercury, silver. uranium, and RMC, whatever that is, 7 viruses, 2 cancers, 2 vaccines, and 2 sedatives. Over the last several months, the Observer has received a significant increase in chemtrail-related calls and letters. Most report a dramatic increase in chemtrail spraying activity in their areas. Some are reporting the development of chronic flu-like symptoms, chronic fatigue, and body aches that have never before been explained. We'll be right back. Coming up in about 30 minutes, Dick Criswell on UFO paranormal activity. So that'll be tonight. And then tomorrow night, Jim Sparks, who clearly was the best UFO abductee that I think has ever been interviewed by anybody on the air, anywhere. And we'll explore that which we didn't have time to do previously. So it's going to be a very, very interesting weekend. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art. Richard in New York. I can't believe I got through.
And yet, here you are.
And here I am. I've been trying to call you a number of times, especially when you get talking about 9/11. And here's something you might want to put out, you know. At times, I think I might have been, might be in an alternate universe or something. And I'll tell you why I say that. I lived for 29 years within a quarter of a mile from ground zero. And I'll never forget that day or the events that pursued after it, you know. And one of the things that I remember clearly on the media and everything is when building number 7, you know?
Yes.
That building, when it went down, that was deliberately detonated.
Well,
and the reason
it is your opinion.
Oh, no. This came over in my world and the people that I know.
Your world?
This what?
Your world?
Yeah, where I live in the city.
Okay. But I mean, what proof do you have to offer that it was deliberately detonated?
Oh, not as a terrorist act or anything. The structure was the integrity of the structure was in doubt because of the collapse of the 2 trade towers.
Okay.
And I don't remember whether it was the fire department or the National Guard, but one of them deliberately brought the building down because it was a risky structure after that.
That may be, but I'm not aware of it. Everybody has questioned what happened to Building 7, and
they also always say that. I said, why are they saying that?
Well, why are they saying that if, in fact, some agency actually did bring it down for the reasons you stated, which would be logical, but I know of no such statement.
I wonder if anybody else ever heard this because it was publicly broadcast on the media.
Well,
I remember. I mean, those days.
Yeah, but if it had been, that would answer the question of so many conspiracy theorists and quiet them down on that subject that I think it would be big news.
But that's really how the rest of the world sees it. You know, sometimes, you know, like you say from time to time, you hear about somebody dying and you say, no, that person isn't dead. Or you in your own mind, you think someone's dead, and then someone says, no, he didn't die.
All right, well, you were, okay, so you're saying that you were, in effect, in an alternate universe, one in which it was announced publicly that that building was brought down for safety reasons, which, by the way, would be fairly logical, but I'm not aware of any such statement that was made by any agency, and I'll have to leave it at that. If anybody's aware of anything to the contrary, by all means, let me know. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes. I'll bring it down real quick.
Yes, oh yes.
Pleasure. My name's Darren.
Yes, Darren.
I'm from Laytonville, California.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow's my birthday. I'll be 48. And I've had MS now for 15 years. And I would like to share some things with the audience. If I may. Okay. When I was like 3 years old, I had 3 questions. Who am I, where I come from, and what is my purpose?
And everybody, at 48 years of age, you probably still have them.
No, actually, I found the answers because I spent my whole life studying to answer those questions.
And the answers are?
The answers are, there's nothing that happens at random. Things happen because certain forms of cause that action. And if you ask what out of all the world religions, what does it take to go to God, all of Buddha or heaven or that higher level of consciousness? It's the same formula, 3 things. Knowledge, wisdom, and faith. Knowledge is truth. Wisdom is to know that truth from deception. And faith is the most powerful force known to life on all levels of its existence.
Well, I'm envious of you that you have that faith. I wish I had that kind of concrete faith. Faith is an absolute belief in something that you cannot prove. And I can't say that I have that. I lean very heavily toward believing that there is a creator, a God. I believe there is a God. Or there is a universal intelligence or something. I really do lean that way. But in terms of being able to say I have absolute faith, no. And so I envy you that it's very comforting, I'm sure. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, my Dwayne from Texas.
Hello, Dwayne.
Yeah, I was going to agree with that caller you had before this last one. I did hear something on the news. I think I was watching Diane Sawyer the day that happened.
And so you also think you heard something about 7 being brought down for structural weakness purposes, whatever?
Correct. And it was, well, it didn't, I did hear it, that's what I'm saying.
All right, I appreciate the report. And anybody else who heard that, and actually he said Diane Sawyer, if anybody else is able to scratch up a copy of the report or anything else, obviously that would be of intense interest to many of us. And I can imagine that would be the case, can't you? That they felt 7 was perhaps structurally weakened, dramatically so, by what happened with the World Trade Centers, and so they brought it down. But again, I'm really unaware of such a statement by anybody. Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art, I want to tell a story about some alien tourists that
All right, turn your radio off, please. That is number 1.
Okay, it's off.
Okay.
Okay, in 98, I was working in my shop on some airplane parts I was building, and I had this terrible, terrible feeling of being watched. And I happened to notice that my cats were staring at something I couldn't see by the door. So I took a chance and I said, I know you guys are here, talk to me. So in the back of my mind, I hear this voice that says, why do you make these things? I said, it pleases me and it makes me happy. And while they were mulling on that, I said, tell me how your invisible machines work. And they said, there are many ways. I said, show me. So I flew out of my body towards one of these gray aliens that were in my garage. And I got smaller and smaller, atomically small. And I passed through the atoms of his biosuit. And I arrived in the area where I saw millions and millions of orbiting atoms around millions and millions of electrons orbiting around copper atoms. And full size, this would have been a plate of metal underneath the suit. And, excuse me, my cat is sitting on my script.
Why do you have a script?
Well, it's going to take 5 minutes, and I want to have the thing.
No, I don't have 5 minutes.
Well,
so
anyway,
put your script away and just kind of tell me what.
I'll short it as much as I can.
Yeah, don't read from the script.
Anyway, they had an entity in this copper plate where all these orbitings were at. And the thing came up to me, and I said, what do you do? And it says, I look. And I said, show me. And I saw myself standing there with a yellow light sticking in my eye, paralyzed. And another one came up, and I said, what do you do? And it says, I do things where the other one looked. And I said, show me. And it went to the panic center of my brain. And it says, if I put energy here, you don't remember that we were here. You are paralyzed. And if I go farther on into your brain, I can explore all your memories. And I thought, espionage. And I says, oh. And then another really big one came along, and I said, what do you do? And it says, I program these other entities. And I thought, oh, wow. I said, you program living beings into copper atoms. I said, and it said, yes. And then I thought about this missile site thing in the Midwest where they shut down the missile site.
ICBMs, yeah.
And I realized that they could program into the copper wires electronic beings that were programmed to sit there and quietly wait, allow us to use these things for tests, and for maintenance, but never to use them in anger. And they did the same thing to the Russians.
As a matter of fact, they did. All of this is very, very well documented, and you can believe it or not. But in fact, they did two things. To the United States, they hovered craft over some of our ICBM sites and shut them down. They literally shut down. I interviewed several of the fellows who worked in the silos when this occurred, and these craft shut our ICBMs down. Pure and simple, shut them down. Took quite a while to get them going again. In Russia, there was a similar occurrence, only a little scarier. Instead of shutting them down, they set a launch sequence, began to arm and set a launch sequence, simultaneous with the sighting of a saucer craft above Russian ICBM sites. They actually began a countdown. The Russians ended up tearing all of the consoles out, all of the equipment, going through it piece by piece, never figured out what happened, why it happened, or any of the rest of it. But both nations experienced something very serious of that sort. So you can make of that what you will. You can look it up and verify it on your own. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. How are you tonight, Mr. Arkell?
Quite well, thank you.
It is a pleasure, and I've been waiting to make this call for years, and I just now got you. A few years ago in 01, in the summer there, just about the time you hurt your back, you had a fellow on from Texas who claimed to be like he used to be in Vietnam and was like special forces. They claimed to have been on a hunting trip and killed a Bigfoot.
Oh, yeah.
And he was really freaked out. I remember that night. I listened to the whole program, and I was on the edge of my truck driver's seat going down the road, listening to the story. I wondered, did you ever have any follow-up with this fellow, or did he just kind of disappear?
No, there was a follow-up. Now, that man claimed to have shot and, in fact, buried two Bigfoot. He had a map. He knew where they were buried. I did a follow-up program with him. His wife was extremely concerned. He was extremely concerned. We offered to get him counsel, to get him a lawyer, but his wife talked him out of it on the basis that he could have been charged with a crime. And I guess you have to understand that when it gets down to brass tacks, put yourself in that position. Let's say you were out hunting, and you ended up killing a couple of things that were sort of semi-human. Hairy, Bigfoot, clearly not really human, but semi-human. Human in form. Perhaps hair-covered, but human in form. You would be extremely concerned, and if you weren't, your wife or your husband or your relative, close relative, certainly would be, that you could potentially be charged with some sort of crime. And that's exactly what occurred, and she talked him out of doing any of the rest of it. Now, I've got an open invitation to him. Anytime he'd like to change his mind, perhaps as he gets older, he will. We would be glad to conduct an expedition to that site, do the digging, because I believe him, and I think many of the rest of you did as well, and see if the remains could be salvaged. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Yes, I was interested in the experiment Art Bell was talking about. Where they watch the skies and...
Okay, this is Art Bell, and you're talking about the experiment we did last week, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what about it?
Yeah, I live in San Diego, and I noticed in the sky there was this light. I couldn't tell.
What they were.
Yes.
Okay, well, I appreciate the report. There's one of many. One of thousands. We had literally thousands of reports. And again, I'm open-minded enough to, on the one side, clearly declare it as a success, but on the other side, hold out the possibility that anytime you send millions of people outside, they're going to see things. Now, are they going to see things that aren't there? No. Are they going to see things that that are possibly from elsewhere? Well, perhaps. So in other words, I don't want to make too big a deal out of it, but I think it was a success. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Susan.
Hello, Susan.
Hello.
Where are you?
I'm in Washington State,
Okay.
and I've had several experiences that don't seem to happen to other people. Like,
You
people
must mean other people who don't listen to this program.
I guess. Yes, sir.
What kind of experience?
Well, I've seen a shadow person, but it wasn't a dark shadow. It was a light shadow. And my eyes were closed, and I could see him walking up to me. And he put a little box on my lap, and it was light. And it was like I could see it and feel it, but my eyes were still closed.
Yes.
And he put earphones over my ears, and this white light went shooting through. And he just took the earphones off my ears and put it back in the case and went walking off, and I opened my eyes.
And what did you make out of all that?
I didn't make anything out of it. I was kind of,
In shock.
yeah, like shadows are supposed to be dark, and they weren't. And I've had one out of the body experience, and
Well, maybe,
I didn't get too far.
Yeah, maybe going back to your shadow person experience for a moment, maybe we could conclude that if you have a shadow person experience and your eyes are open, it appears dark or as a shadow, as described by so many. But if, on the other hand, your eyes are closed and you're experiencing the presence of an extra-dimensional being nearby, they appear as white or light. In other words, the opposite of what you've got, which, with your eyes closed, obviously, is a sort of darkness, right? So you would not perceive a shadow. So to be perceived, it would have to be light. That's sort of another take on shadow people. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell. Here I am. Coming up in a moment, Dick Criswell. Dick Criswell's first encounter with the UFO paranormal world was at the age of 6. At 17, he listened to Frank Edwards, a news reporter for WTTV in Indianapolis, Indiana, who would focus on UFO paranormal topics and investigations, and that sparked his interest, as I hope we do with this program with many of you, creating what I hope is the next generation of ufologists. With the developing fascination of UFO paranormal research in the Indianapolis area, Mr. Criswell hosted UFO and paranormal meetings in his home. During that time, he met Richard Hoagland, who introduced him to Dr. Michael Wolff. In 1994, Mr. Criswell became a team member on a project with Dr. Wolff called the Alpha Com. In 1997, he hosted a national radio show on the cable news network called Starfire Program. Dick Criswell is now a retired fellow and is dedicating countless hours of his time to research and investigating UFOs and paranormal. He is currently in talks with fellow enthusiasts and is creating a business plan to begin a national UFO paranormal research facility. In a moment, Dick Criswell. All right, I'm sure you've all been reading in the news or seeing on TV the incredible storm that's going through the Midwest right now. Dick Criswell is apparently right in the middle of it, although I guess he's on the far edge of it right now. It's already passed by, and he's got a telephone that's going to go away if he loses power. Dick, welcome to the program.
Well, hello, Art. Nice to talk to you, and thank you for having me as a guest.
It's great to have you. When did all your interest in the world of UFOs and the paranormal begin?
Actually, it started when I was age 6, but at 17, I started investigating and researching the topics of UFOs and paranormal.
How old are you now?
I am almost 60.
Okay, so we're about the same age. You've been doing this all your life then?
Yes, I have.
It'll be very, very interesting to talk to a researcher, especially for the first time, who and sort of see what your conclusions are after all these years.
Well, they have changed over the years. I mean, there's nothing that I have encountered that's concrete. It just seems to change.
Well, in what way?
Well, when I think I've got a handle on the whole gamut of the UFO field, it just seems to change on me. It's like I have always thought that this UFO enigma would be explained by the United States government, and it hasn't been.
No, certainly not satisfactorily. They've taken a couple of shots at, for example, explaining Roswell, but it seemed more like a comedy.
Oh, yeah, that's...
remember that?
Go ahead.
You remember that?
Oh, yes. Very vivid.
Yes, it was high comedy, actually. The little dummies they held up and all the rest of it. All right, well, let's go back a little bit. What's AlphaCom?
AlphaCom was a team that was set up to tell the American people exactly what the government knew. And it basically was to bring forward all the knowledge that they knew about aliens, different craft, and this was all supposed to come forward, and it never did.
Oh, wait just a moment. AlphaCom was an organization formed to get all the knowledge of the American government to the American people. Now, that would imply, was this your organization?
No, it was not my organization. It was Dr. Michael Wolf's organization.
Dr. Wolf's. Did he have contacts in the government that were ready to sing?
Yes, several.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
And what fell apart?
Well, we had Mr. Clinton in office, and what happened was the Monica Lewinsky scandal come up, and they felt that they wouldn't be credible after that.
Yeah, it did kind of take over the headlines for a while. There's no question about that. So what happened to the witnesses, the government witnesses that were lined up?
They're still out there. As a matter of fact, there are several witnesses that I'm still in contact with.
Can you name them?
No, I cannot.
Because?
Well, they'd be names that you would know, and I had signed an agreement, a secrecy agreement, that I would not reveal certain things.
But I thought the entire basis of AlphaCom was to reveal that knowledge.
Well, it was. It was supposed to come forward, but under my agreement, I was not allowed to divulge names until this came forward.
Huh. And to this very day, you're bound by that agreement.
Oh, you're never let out of that agreement.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's move to something you can talk about then.
Okay.
That would be, you apparently have had some sort of experience yourself with the Greys. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. When was that, and what was that?
It was in 1953 when I lived in Wheeling, West Virginia.
Okay.
We lived on a farm, and I was playing one day in my yard. We had about 30 acres on this farm, and out of nowhere. I never seen a craft or anything like that, but these two grays appeared. And the grays were about 3 foot tall, 3.5 foot tall, and of course, you know, the typical with the cranium heads and so forth. And the interesting thing, Art, when they would talk to me, they wouldn't move their lips. It was just kind of like if you've ever experienced like a Bose wave system. This was in my head. It was kind of telepathic.
Right.
And it was an experience that I've never had, and I couldn't get over the fact that they couldn't talk like we did. It was just like a thought that came in my head, and it was just tremendous. I mean, it was
all right.
all around.
What did they communicate to you?
They told me things, Art, like one day you will be our emissary. They told me certain things like we have a universal God. Different things. They told me that there would be circumstances where I would understand clearly, and different things like I would ask them because I knew that at the age of 6 that they didn't look like we did. I wanted to know where they lived. And they told me that they came from a star system that I wouldn't understand.
Did they have a craft?
I'd never seen a craft, Art, at that time.
Just the Grays. How many?
There was 2. There was 2 Grays.
Was there any physical contact?
No, not that I can recall. They would get within, I'd say maybe 2 foot of me, and I just thought they were, you know, nice playmates because they just kind of were entertaining the way they moved.
So, again, your age at 1953 would have been about what?
6.
6. Oh, that was the very beginning. Okay. Well, that'd get you interested, all right. And were there many of these encounters or just one?
Over the period of, I'd say until I was age 17, it would just come and go. I mean, it was kind of a hit and miss type thing. It wasn't a constant, ongoing thing. But the other thing that was really interesting about these Grays, we lived in a 2-story farmhouse, and these Grays would come through the wall. And what scared me more than anything is they would just appear. They'd come through the wall just like it was nothing. And they told me that if I understood the concept, I could do the same thing. But all I could do was bruise myself.
So you tried a couple of walls?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That did not work.
Did you back up and take a good run at them, or just more gingerly approach them?
No, I gingerly approached them, but but it still would put bruises on me.
Yeah. Did they comment on your seeming inability to, go through them?
Yes, they told me that I didn't understand the concept of going through. I'm trying to think of the word. They didn't use the word mass, but I use it now, But they told me that I didn't understand the concept, and one day I would be able to do that. And I still, to this day, can't do that.
Huh? Did you tell anybody else, your parents, others, about these encounters?
Did not tell my parents until I was about 45 years of age, Art, for the simple fact, my parents did not believe this stuff.
Uh-huh. Oh, well, a lot of people don't, Dick.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of people don't. They're very much in doubt. And while we're on the subject, how sure are you that this really occurred in the real world, that you weren't sleeping, that you weren't having some sort of hallucination or any of the above?
Art, I'm 100% sure that this happened to me.
Okay. Was there any overriding important message or thing they told you that we should know?
One of the things that they told me that has bothered me clear to this day was the fact that we would be going through some troubling times, and they said that I would understand it fully when I become at the age of 50. Well, that's come and went, so, you know, I don't know what to make of that, other than the fact that I think that it might have been this earth-coming changes that I know about.
Coming earth changes?
Mm-hmm.
Of what kind?
Well, cataclysmic things, kind of like things that you wrote in your book.
You mean climate change?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Did they, as they have with many people, many abductees, they've actually shown them pictures of what's coming. Did you get any of that?
I never saw any pictures that they had. They just told me these things. I mean, they never. There was no. And I have abductees that tell me the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Dick, what did you do for a living all your life when you were working?
Yes, I was a machine repairman. Just fixed machines and so forth, and I've done that all my life.
What kind of machines?
Production machines. I worked for a bearing manufacturer, and we would work on screw machines and various different production things for ball bearings.
Okay, well, that's a very straightforward kind of job, and so you were a working man all your life, and this seems like, I don't know, seems like an experience that's sort of so far away from what you would expect somebody with your background to have. Any idea why you?
As I look back upon it, Art, I get bits and pieces from my parents now that will discuss certain things that happened to them. They had an experience, but I had to really drag it out of them. And as I've learned in my research that this kind of runs in families.
And what did your parents say? In other words, were they too visited? Did they have a sighting or an abduction experience or what?
Well, my mother basically will not talk about her experience, but she said it was a very frightening experience. But my father told me about an experience that he had in Wheeling. It probably was in the mid-30s. And he said that this craft came above him and a couple other people, and it blacked out the sky. And he said that what was interesting about it, it actually blacked it out so much that it took street lights that you couldn't even see the street lights. So this thing must have really been low. And I said to him, I said, well, how big was this thing? And he said, oh, it had to be a couple miles long. And he said that he kind of forgot about it, kind of like they took his memory away, and it was one of those things that he didn't talk about until I really pressed him for it.
Mm-hmm. So both your parents had something happen, and obviously you did. And
yes.
From the age of 6 through 17, you had, could you even guess at how many visits?
Art, I've tried to think about that, and I can't really give you a concrete answer on that, but it was several times.
Okay, so only several times. In other words, once a year, perhaps every couple of years, that kind of thing?
It could have been like twice a year, 3 times a year, something like that. And then when I became about in my teens, it was more frequent. It was probably like, maybe 4 or 5 times a year.
Okay, well, how's your recollection from the teen visits? You would think your recall of those would be much better.
That's really interesting that you asked me that, because it seems like the older I get, the more I remember about this. And, you know, it should be just the opposite. It just seems like I'll remember bits and pieces of little things that really, to me, don't mean anything. And I look for those things in abductees that I interview.
Well, Dick, there are many who say that abductees are given a kind of a screen memory. And it may well be that after a period of time that begins to break down and more of what you experience begins to get through. Do you think that's possible?
Yes, I think that's quite possible.
How would you describe their main motive in visiting you?
I don't really know, other than the fact that when they basically told me that I was going to be an emissary, I guess that's what I am now. I'm speaking for them.
Okay. All right, if you're speaking for them, Dick, what is the main message? That Earth changes, catastrophic events are on the way?
Well, that and that they do exist. I mean, I think my life's work basically is explaining to people that they do exist, and this story that some people try to tell that they don't exist is a fairy tale.
Can you describe them in detail, physically?
Yes. They were about 3.5 foot tall. They had the wraparound eyes. They had a big head on them. It appeared to me, Art, that if they had wore anything, it was kind of like a tight knit type suit. I did not see any shoes on these people. It was kind of like all one, like the kids that wore the blanket sleepers, you know, that had the feet in them.
Mm-hmm. Were you under the impression, Dick, that they were machines or biological entities?
You know, Art, when I first met them, I thought that they were basically human in nature. But as they would come back, it was more kind of like a robot.
All right, hold it right there, Dick. We'll be right back. From coast to coast and well beyond on occasion, this is Coast to Coast AM. Here I am indeed. We've got a very regular kind of guy on the phone here, Dick Criswell. He's been visited since he was the age of 6, and had a lot of visits between 6 and 17 years of age. And we're sort of rolling over what it seemed to be all about, and what they told him, and all the usual questions for somebody who's had a visitation or an abduction experience. Back to Dick Criswell in a moment. Once again, Dick Criswell. Dick, your website is canyoustandthetruth.com, right?
That is correct.
I can. What is it?
The truth is that we have been visited for a long, long time. There was a phrase that the X-Files had that said they've been coming here for a long time, and that is the truth.
How long? Do you know? I mean, do you honestly know the history of visitation to Earth?
Well, let's put it this way. They were coming here in biblical times because there's several references in the Bible that Ezekiel talks about the fire ring and so forth. Mm-hmm. And I know that they've been coming that long. I have seen documents saying about how long they thought they were coming here.
Okay. You have a question here that says, who is Philip Corso? Well, Dick, I interviewed Philip Corso many, many times. I know who he is. What do you know about him?
Okay. Dr. Wolf had, in our discussions, he told me that one day, now this was way before Corso came out, he said, one day you will hear about Philip Corso, and he has a fantastic story to tell. and it was all true.
Well, he certainly did. Very fantastic. And I believed him. He had very little to lose. He knew he was toward the end of his life, Dick, and I believed every word of what he had to say. Do you have anything for us beyond that on Philip?
Other than the fact that Dr. Wolf had told me that everything that he had been told by Corso was true, especially about the Roswell thing. The only thing that he said beyond that is he said most people will not believe the story because they felt like he would not have the clearances to do that. So that's what I know about that story.
Okay. What about the species of aliens that are here on Earth? Do you know obviously of the Greys? Do you know of others?
Oh,
do you know how many are here?
When I was in the AlphaCom team, I've seen documents, and I can talk about that.
You say you cannot talk about
No, I say I can talk about that.
Okay.
I saw these documents that showed that they knew of at least 70 different species. That's 70. I hear a lot of people talking about that they know 17. I believe that story is way low because I knew of about 70 when in this, and we're looking at about 1994. I think I seen these documents and.
Okay, what was the provenance of these documents? Where were they from, Dick?
When I went to Dr. Wolf's home, I asked him if I could see some documents that would kind of zero in on what aliens look like, where they come from, so forth. He said, I'll take care of that. So when I went there, I opened up this document after he presented it to me, and it showed sketches and some pictures of live and dead aliens.
Sketches and photographs.
Yes.
And where did these documents come from? Do you know? Because there's a lot of stuff floating around out there, buddy.
I understand that. I believe that these documents come from the government some way because it had at the top of these documents, it would have like an eyes-only type thing, and it was something that I had looked at when I signed the documents to keep whatever they told me quiet.
You have something here about what do aliens call you?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there are two things that the aliens call me. When I was a child, they called me the emissary. And here recently, I come across a gentleman that had no way of knowing me, and he was telling me that these aliens call me the portal. And I said, well, how do you know that these were aliens? And he says, well, they told me things that they had no way of knowing. So that's what I know about.
Okay, if you are the emissary, if you are the portal, then you should have a very strong message for us of some sort from them about us or our future or something. You did say the stuff I wrote about in my book.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the book with Whitley Strieber. So at least I assume that's the book you're referring to.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Can you elaborate beyond what I wrote in the book?
Other than the fact that I believe that the reason the aliens are here now is to work us through cataclysmic events that are about to happen, and I believe that this is all going to come to a head basically in the year 2012, or that era, and maybe before, because I think that that total 2012 is off by 3 to 5 years.
You claim that you've been given some objects by UFO researchers, right? What sort of objects?
I was given a picture that was of a alien that was a reptoid, and it was one of these pictures, Art, that actually it was a researcher, but this guy was should I say from FEMA, give me this picture, and it was like colored pictures. And I said, well, can I take these to the photomat and have these done? No, you can't do that. You've got to reproduce them some way here. So
Federal Emergency Management, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why would he be in possession of photographs of that sort?
He was also a CIA type agent at one time, and then he became a state FEMA director here. And he was very interested in the subject, and he knew that I was looking for information.
I see. So he just up and gave these photographs to you, or you said he said you could not copy them, so in some way you ended up with a copy? You still have it, or what?
I still have a copy, yes.
Uh-huh. Do you have that up on the web?
No, but we're going to get that up there.
Uh-huh. There are two areas. There are UFOs, and then there's the world of paranormal. Do you find the two are connected, or are they separate things? In other words, are UFOs actual craft that have made it here, heaven knows how, considering the speed of light limitation that we believe we know about, or are UFOs part of the paranormal world, in your opinion?
I believe they're part of the paranormal world, but I also believe that the UFOs come here by not our scientific explanations. You got to understand, I think that we think in a different level. We're not as advanced as these beings that come in these crafts. I believe they come in like a Stargate type situation, or like a portal, basically, and they can get in. They can go into these Stargates, and they can come out, and it doesn't take them that long. And that, I think that's the problem that most people have. They say, well, you know, it takes so long to get from one planet to the other. Well, you gotta think that maybe we're not thinking about the right scientific thing. It's kind of like a caveman. If we give him a DVD player, he wouldn't know what to do with it.
Mm-hmm. So we are to them as the ant would be to us.
That's correct.
Well, with these coming cataclysms that you describe as the main message that they carry, do they plan to intervene, or are they just warning us?
I think there's a warning, and I think that there's also a. I think that they're there when this happens to help us in some way, and they're not allowed to get involved in it until this happens.
But at the critical moment, whenever that should happen to be, you're convinced they will intervene.
I'm almost positive that something will happen there, derived by them.
You've met Richard Hoagland, I guess, right?
Oh yes. Well, I've met him over the phone. I've never met him in person.
I see.
Very interesting guy.
Yes, he is. All right. Well, there's a question here about how many resources you have in your own collection. What do you mean by resources? Photographs, documents, that kind of thing?
Well, books, audios, videos. I have thousands of those in my collection, and
So you've been a collector of UFO materials, video and audio and books and that sort of thing.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. I'm trying to get where we're going with this interview. Dick, you've obviously had an experience. Where else are we supposed to go with the interview? What else would you like to talk about?
We can talk about ghost experiences and things like that if you want.
Mm-hmm. You've had ghost experiences at the same time.
Yes, and I find that ghost experiences occur to people that have had UFO experiences, and it just seems like it's more, it happens after a UFO experience or before, and I find that with some of my abductees that they've had some kind of experience with the paranormal.
Mm-hmm. Do you interview a lot of abductees?
Yes.
And what causes them to come to you?
They were either referred to me by an individual, or for some reason they just seek me out by word of mouth or whatever in the area.
If somebody wants to contact you, Dick, how would they do that?
They can contact me through the website, which is canyoustandthetruth.com. It's Dick at canyoustandthetruth.com. They can also reach me at my cell phone, which is.
I don't think I'd, unless you really want to, I don't think I'd give that out on the air, Dick. But that's up to you.
That's quite all right because it's got a voice box and I can always get back to them.
Go right ahead.
Okay. It is 317 area code 796-7530. And they can reach me that way.
Oh, by all means, give that again. 317-796...
7530.
750, okay.
Or they can call the 1-800 number.
Oh, you have a 1-800 number?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's connected to the website. It's a 1-800-420-6936.
What is that 800 number for, Dave?
That's to leave a message for me to get back to them if they want to report sightings, or they're an abductee, or they have some kind of paranormal event.
Mm-hmm. That's got to cost money. How are you funding all of this?
Well, we have some investors that are very interested in the subject, and we have some people doing it because they understand that this needs to be done.
So you're turning yourself into a kind of a reporting facility.
That is correct.
And are you then able to follow up with investigation if you've got something hot?
Yes, we can do that. We can actually go to the site. We have enough on the team that can do that.
Okay, when you say team, what do you mean? You've got yourself and who else?
Well, I have assembled various different people that ghost hunters, people that do Bigfoot. I've assembled people that are that do the out of body, psychic events, various different things in the paranormal.
I see. How many are on your team, if I might ask?
At the present, there are 12, but there are others in different states that we can call on to do these things in various different states.
Mm-hmm. So you're chasing virtually everything in the paranormal world, from ghosts to, I presume, shadow people, that sort of thing, and then on to UFOs and the occupants of their craft.
That is correct.
Do you have any physical evidence, Dick?
Yes, I do, Art.
I'm listening.
I have metal that came from a crashed UFO.
And what have you determined about this metal?
It has been to 7 different independent labs. The only thing that they said that it has earthly product or anything that we would know on Earth would be silicon. And it's very interesting. It's very light. It was found in Muncie, Indiana after a crash, and it has some healing properties as well.
Okay, other than the silicon, which is earthly, what unearthly things have you found in it?
Unearthly things?
Oh, yes.
Well, that it will do some healing and...
No, I meant material. In other words, it's composed of apparently several different things beyond silicon, right?
Correct.
Like what?
The only... the analysis came back, and the only... Like I said, the only thing that they could find that in the thing was silicon. And it looks like...
Oh, wait a minute. You mean it's composed entirely of silicon?
No.
Okay, what I'm trying to get at, what are the other properties?
It looks like cold fusion. When you look at it under a microscope, it has like little computer chips. It's very interesting.
All right, well, let's get the information out again on how to contact you. Since you volunteered that, most guests won't do that, but your phone number is area code 317. This is a cell number, right?
Correct.
317-796-7530. Am I correct?
That is correct.
All right, and the 1-800 number, which is a free call for anybody, is 1-800-420-6936. Repeating, 1-800-420-6936. Listen, Dick, I want to thank you for being here tonight. It's been interesting, and obviously you're kind of a common guy who's devoted his life to UFO paranormal research, and so thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much.
And you have a good night, my friend.
You do the same.
All right. What we're going to do, folks, is we're going to split here at the top of the hour, and when we come back, we're going to do open lines and perhaps a little more. From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell, just sort of getting through the night with you. Stay right where you are. Indeed, here I am. Good morning, everybody. Well, all right, we have 2 hours of unscreened open lines directly ahead. Anything you want to talk about is fair game, with the following caveat. And that is that those of you that are interesting, have something of great interest to discuss on the air, will find yourself getting quite a bit of airtime. Those who don't, won't. It's kind of just that simple. Now, beyond that, the only rule is when you get on the air, turn your radio off. In other words, have your hand actually poised on the volume control to turn it all the way down and or preferably actually off when you get on the air. Otherwise, you'll get a sort of a, I don't know, about a 30-second delay or something, and it will confuse you mightily, and it'll make you sound confused on the air, something you definitely don't want, I'm sure. So immediately turn your radio off. With that in mind, you've got the numbers, the portals, as it were, and in a moment, it's all yours. And away we go, unscreened, open lines. First time caller line, you are on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Scott from Brooklyn, New York. Thank you for taking my call.
You bet, Scott.
I wanted to tell you about, I'm a skeptic about ghosts. Rather, I was a skeptic about ghosts. I want to share with you a story of in New Jersey where I saw, well, it was either a ghost or a shadow person. I don't know exactly what a shadow person is, but based on what I've heard, it very well could have been. Have you heard of Weird New Jersey?
Oh, yes, I have I get the magazine.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. And I was on business trip in New Jersey, and my coworkers and I on a Saturday night, no idea what to do, picked up a copy of Weird New Jersey and decided to go ghost hunting. And not too much stuff until we went to a place called Pig Lady Road in Somerville, New Jersey. We tried following it's near the Doris Duke estate. Tried following all these crazy instructions, honk the horn, flash the light. Nothing happened. We got out of the car, we walked down this wooded, muddy road
The car was definitely not going to be able to get down. We walked down this road, standing there, and between us and the car, now I'm not colorblind. The car was dark red. You could clearly see the color of the car. Between us and the car, after a couple of minutes of standing there, we see a silhouette of a person. Cannot believe my eyes. I'm like, and I'm asking myself, am I seeing something? Is this an optical illusion? Am I wanting to see something perhaps? But there is clearly the silhouette of a person, and yeah, every time I expected to see a ghost, I expect to see a glowing white type light.
Yeah, the movie Ghost, yeah.
Yeah, disembodied, floating over the ground. But instead, what I saw was a silhouette of a person that was blacker than black. As dark as could be. There was no differentiation between the face, the body, nothing. But it was clearly the silhouette of a person. I asked my coworker next to me, Adam, I'm like, Adam, are you seeing, can you believe your eyes? Is that the person? He's like, I think it is. And the scary thing was, it was between us and the car. We're down this road, and it's between us and the car. And probably stood there for a good 60 seconds, maybe less. It felt like longer, but and it started walking into the woods. I have never been so scared in my life. I've never moved so fast either. When it finally went into the woods, heading back to that car, I can tell you that. Would that be a shadow person?
Yeah, I think if I was going to say ghost or shadow person, I think I'd probably say shadow person. That pretty well qualifies, all right. It's very interesting. New Jersey, as he points out, there's a publication called Weird New Jersey. And New Jersey is not a place that you would think of as particularly a paranormal hotbed, and yet it really is. New Jersey is a place you would think of as, kind of concreted over, and, pretty much city upon city upon city, but it's just not so. There are many heavily forested areas of New Jersey, and there's a hell of a lot of weirdness in New Jersey. Strange as that may seem, if you doubt it, go subscribe to a publication called Weird New Jersey. I think it's still being printed, and it's just full of stuff that you wouldn't believe about New Jersey. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
I just wanted to call in and, I'm nervous. This is the first time I've ever got through y'all. I just wanted to talk about some of the stuff that's going on in Texas as far as air quality and chemtrails.
Okay. Yeah, I read something about chemtrails earlier in the show. Did you hear that?
I heard part of it, yes.
Did you hear what was in the chemtrails, according to the newspaper up in Iowa?
Something about boron or something like that.
How about this? In addition to whatever the military had in there were 6 bacteria, including anthrax and pneumonia, 9 chemicals, including acetylene chloride, 26 heavy metals, including arsenic, gold, lead, mercury, silver, uranium, and RMC, whatever that is, 4 molds and fungi, 7 viruses, 2 cancers, 2 vaccines, 2 sedatives, and a pear and a peach and a pear tree or whatever. Really, whatever this is, it's not good.
I can tell. I heard about it from a friend about 2 years ago, actually, and he told me about it, and he said, watch for it, man. And, at first I thought he was crazy. And after a while, I actually started noticing stuff, and now I've got a whole bunch of pictures of this taking place in the sky, and I noticed it. It's distinct patterns. You see them.
There's absolutely no question about it. Here's the deal. I, too, back when we began getting calls about chemtrails here on the program, and I live out here in the desert where generally humidity is very low, skies are very clear as a rule. However, we began to get strange days. You would go out in the morning and it would begin as a clear day. You would see these planes crisscrossing the sky. They would leave, whether you want to call them contrails or chemtrails, whatever their constituted from, they would sort of remain. They wouldn't dissipate as you would normally expect contrail to dissipate. Instead, they would kind of spread. And then by, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, instead of having a clear and crisp day, you would have a day that's kind of semi-clouded over, sort of a, I don't know, almost a haze in the sky. The sunlight would be diminished, the temperature would be down, and it would remain that way until, like a front would come through and you get a bunch of wind or something like that. But what began as chemtrails or contrails, depending on what you believe, would end in kind of a misty, strange day. Now, that's gone on quite a bit here in the desert, and I know it's gone on around the rest of the country. I'm not sure how prevalent it has been in some of the rest of the country, but it's certainly going on. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello there. Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, this is for Art Bell.
Yes, this is Art Bell.
Art, I was wondering, a long time ago, I saw a black triangle. I was wondering what you think these things are. I would just like to have your opinion or best guess.
Okay, here it comes. I also saw a large black triangle with Ramona. A story I've told, we both told over the years. Now, what is it? I don't know. Is it a government project of some sort, a lighter-than-air craft? Certainly that is one possibility, but that isn't what I would attach to what I saw. It was large. It showed every sign of being metallic. It was deadly silent. So silent you could hear crickets a quarter of a mile away. It floated. It did not fly over our location, as I've said many times. An aircraft takes, it has to fly. It has to be going fast enough to provide lift for whatever lifting surfaces are on the aircraft. So I have no idea what it is. Unless it's a lighter-than-aircraft, experimental aircraft of the U.S. Air Force or whoever, then it's something from elsewhere. How's that? International line, you're on the air. Hello? Yes, you are. Turn your radio off.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I want to, I got a weird phone call the other day.
Okay, sir, you didn't turn your radio off. I appreciate the call, but we're moving on. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. It's Mark, Truck Driver from Canada.
How you doing?
Good. I told you last week about a blue orb I saw, and I didn't get quite finished speaking when I was telling you what I saw. And I listened to the show later on that night, and I heard a coincidence of your guest speaking of the same blue orb. I was just wondering how it's just no coincidence. I know you don't believe in that.
Actually, I do.
Oh, you do?
Coincidences? Are there coincidences? Yes, certainly.
Oh, okay.
I think that's George. I think it's George, sir, who says there are no coincidences. Well, there are.
Yeah. Well, it seemed to me that night there was one.
Yes, I recall his referring to a blue orb just after you had called, sometime after you had called.
Right. And the thing was, is I think it finished to say, is I saw it heading towards over Lake Erie, heading towards Michigan.
Right.
And the funny thing was, is I had to be in Michigan 2 days after that, and I was in a GM facility anyways, and one of the workers was supposed to be meeting with the reporter who had also seen that same blue orb early that morning going to work.
Mm-hmm.
And his wife had also seen it too. He had called her up to see it, and the thing was, is it didn't move fast across the sky. It was very slow, but yet it still left that long blue tail of light behind it. It was very, very strange. It was like a baby blue bright orb.
Was it trailing downward toward Earth, or was it making a horizontal movement, or was it actually gaining in altitude? Which way?
Directly across the sky, like perfectly straight across the sky, and not very fast. Like I said, I was climbing a good hill, and I did see it go behind some trees as I started to lose it. Like I could see it as the light went behind and the trees in front of it, you know what I mean?
Well, that's weird enough. It certainly qualifies as a pretty decent report. And I'm telling you, after the experiment we did last week, I had thousands of them. Many of them very much like what you just heard. I'm still kind of trying to digest what actually occurred last weekend. and whether I classify it as an absolutely unambiguous success in terms of an experiment, or whether if you send millions of people out to look at the sky, do you inevitably just get reports? I don't know. I'm sort of mulling that over. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Yeah, this is Lee. I'm calling from Alabama.
Yes, William.
Yes, well, I have a couple stories, actually. I have a ghost story and one that you said last week about, following your instinct.
Yes.
Which one would you rather hear?
The most exciting of the two.
Well, I won't say it's exciting, but I was going to EMT school last year, and my wife was going to ride with me to school, and she got this feeling that she just said, I just got this feeling I got to stay home. I have to stay home.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she stayed home, and on my way to school, I got T-boned in the passenger side of my truck.
Brother.
It was my truck, and if anybody had been riding in the passenger seat, they would have been killed.
Okay, well, that's certainly a hard little story. I'm glad it turned out well.
Yeah, you want to hear the ghost story too?
No, I'll pass on that one, and we'll sort of settle it. Listen, folks, if you've got several stories, we'll settle for one. So pick your best and give us your best shot. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Art Bell, how you doing?
I'm all right, sir.
Well, my name is Robert. I was recently discharged from Area 51 on a medical discharge. There was.
Now we're cooking. All right.
Okay. Well, I can explain this UFO flat. It's pretty simple, like most of these things are.
Robert, before you get into it, how long have you worked at Area 51?
Well, I worked on a contractual basis for about 11 years.
11 years.
You see, it's not.
Can you tell us, Robert? Can you tell us what kind of work you did?
Sure, I did some service on the heavy equipment over there.
Okay. I take it that you probably left from Las Vegas on a daily basis and went up there, or what?
Yeah, Las Vegas airport. I got flown in when I was working, because you see, it's not staffed 100% of the time anymore.
Right.
And I got excuse me, I'm a little nervous. Well, anyway, this UFO.
Yeah, I guess he's gone. You're gone, right? Yep, he's gone. All right, Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How's it going? This is Miles. I called last week.
Okay, Miles.
Yeah, I talked to you about remote viewing and about an experience that I had. I tried to remote view you, and it worked out.
Oh, yes, I recall.
Well, toying around with the idea of getting into it, but I'm kind of like you when it comes to your view of mass consciousness, and I'm not really sure where it comes from. If it's a God-given gift, or if it's actually, Lucifer. And I go back and forth sometimes, and one of the things that made me think that it could be of Lucifer is that Donahue's interview.
Donahue.
Yeah, he was trained by.
Yes, Ed Day.
Ed Dames, yes. And a lot of the stuff he was saying was really kind of dark, and it just made me kind of cautious. And I was wondering what you thought about the whole thing.
Mm-hmm. It's interesting. In the last, I don't know, month or so, I have seen so many stories that ring of what Ed Dames has warned of. Now, Aaron Donahue's a different case, and Ed Dames has his own views of Aaron Donahue. But commenting on Ed Dames, with respect to what's going on in the sun, and some of what the scientists have been warning about with regard to our sun, some of the disease that Ed Dames has warned about that's beginning to manifest itself, I know it's easy to laugh at and criticize Ed Dames, but I'm beginning to hear echoes in the news and in science that underscore so much of what Ed Dames has said, and I wonder if any of the rest of you are seeing that. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
This is Art.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Art.
I'm calling in regards to your test this evening. I'm an older senior citizen, and I've never revealed any of this to my priest. I'm just curious, just how authentic do you believe the visitation of an extraterrestrial is? The reason why I'm asking is that I believe 3 visits.
Okay.
One visit was right after I graduated from college. My parents sent me to my homeland, Italy. My parents eventually went to go visit relatives there. And while I was touring, as it was, I believe, like I say, I've never revealed this other than my priest, and he kind of blew it away. But at any rate, these figures, 3 of them, were similar to what your test this evening described as a
Great.
object 3.5 feet, 4 feet tall. It appeared to be tangent. However, I'm not sure. I know what I felt I saw, but there was no mouth. There was direct brown eyes. There was the larger than body cranium and so forth. Anyway,
A typical gray, really.
a typical gray, you say, huh?
Oh, that's what I said, yes.
Okay. I don't know. At any rate, this.
All right, sir. Sir, hold on a moment, please. We're at a break point. I'm Art Bell. We'll be right back. Let's try an experiment, all right? There are so many of you now who are claiming contact or abduction. Let's turn this into a show of contact and abduction. So if everybody else would hang up, just hang up. And I know I'll only get a marginal amount of cooperation with that, but I'm going to give it a try. Why? Because it's so interesting. Whether it was my 1-hour guest there, Dick Criswell, or whether it's tomorrow night's guest, Jim Sparks, or whether it's a fellow I've got on the line right now, or thousands more like him, there's absolutely no question about it. A lot of Americans, thousands, maybe tens of thousands and millions, are reporting contact with aliens. So let's turn this into that show. If everybody else who has not had contact with aliens would be so kind as to hang your phone up, clear the lines for those who have actually had contact. Let's listen to a few of these stories and see what we get. Just very briefly, before we break, back to this caller. Caller, please continue. You had contact with Grays, you think?
Well, yeah, that's okay. And bear in mind, my question to you was, the authenticity, how authentic do you really feel this is? What they...
How authentic do I feel? What is? You or your story?
No.
These people who call and report these things?
Yeah, I guess that's part of it. I'm more curious. I question my sanity.
All right. Let me ask you a question, caller. How sure are you of what you experienced?
Well, the first time I didn't know what, I've never been on drugs. I don't use alcohol. I didn't know what to think. I thought, well, maybe this is just a hallucination of some sort because of the area I was in, the catacombs in Italy, touring, as I was trying to tell you. I didn't pay no attention. And then after 18 years of marriage, I lost my wife to cancer, and right afterward, after being extremely despondent and so forth, I had another visit.
Yeah.
I had pretty much forgotten the first one, except what they told me. So this brought back a lot of fresh memories, and actually it did somewhat ease the despondency and the pain I was going through after losing a person,
of course,
living with an 18 years.
So I guess in a way, caller, you've got to ask yourself if it was your brain concocting something in a situation that you couldn't deal with.
I've been asking that so many. I mean, I believe, I feel in my heart that yes, this happened. Of course, like I say, the only other person I've ever told this to was my priest, and he tried to blow her off in so many different ways. And because I was, I'm brainwashed in Catholicism for many years and had my doubts. That's bearing. The reason being is that.
Okay, we're almost losing you here.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm visiting Dallas, Texas here, so.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We'll hold the story right there. And this is interesting. I mean, the fact that so many people now tomorrow night, if you haven't had an opportunity to hear Jim Sparks, you really need to hear him. Some are able to articulate their experience better than others. Jim Sparks is one of those guys. But it doesn't take anything away from any of you who have seen or had contact with people or beings that you feel are alien. It doesn't take anything away from it at all. It's a fascinating phenomenon. There's no question about it. It's fascinating. So many, it's got to mean something. I've never had contact with an alien. I've never had contact with a ghost. But so many of you have that it has to mean something. We'll be right back. All right, I guess what we're really looking for now tonight are people who have had close encounters of the third kind. That would be the third kind, right? Or is that just very close to a ship? I'm actually looking for people who have had contact. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hey, Odd, how are you?
I'm all right, sir.
Josh in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
So listen, I've had two connections with or experiences with what I call, one with just what I call the alien voice in my head that I heard, and the other another second incident, heard the voice which said look up and saw the UFO in this daylight incident. So,
really?
I mean, let's just break it down briefly. So, 1997, driving in the car northwest of Baltimore, towards one of the suburbs right there from downtown where it's daylight, sun in the sky. And as I'm driving down the road, understand this. This is the day after the night when I posted a website with what became widely known as another anomaly on Mars.
Okay.
And I'm on the way, so I discover it in a flash, posted on the internet in 1997. I was working as a webmaster, early webmaster at the time. On my way the next day, literally, and this is some people who know me know about this story, on my way to close a deal between a major paranormal-related magazine, let's say, and a leading 900 number company to do a UFO 1-900 UFO info line. No one has ever done, doesn't happen. Why that's the case is a whole other story. Bottom line, imagine those two incidents. As I'm driving to work the next day, literally I'm 5 minutes away from work and I'm thinking to myself, why did that happen? What does this mean? Why have I never seen anything? Literally heard the voice in my head say, look up. So I literally looked up as I'm driving, just literally down one of the main roads there, not a highway, but look up and there it is. Silver disc, suspended right in the sky. Estimated size, literally the classic shape of, say, between a dime and a quarter held at arm's length.
Right.
Sun reflecting off the top left-hand corner of it. Clearly it was metallic. I take my glasses off, stick my head in and out of the car door. It's literally very high trees right there, so look, it's clear. I'm like, maybe it's just nothing. It's literally there. Not a blimp, not an airship, not a helicopter, not a plane. I've been around them all my life. Like, you have. We know when we see them, when we don't, I feel like. Make a long story short, as I'm driving, I've got to get somebody to look at it. I try to get people to look. I don't have a camera with me. Guy to my right at the next stoplight. Can you see it? Kind of see, it's got to go. I start driving again. Maybe I'll get to this major, sort of where the kids hang out, when they cut glass, the cemetery right there. Beautiful lake. I'll get there. Well, as I'm driving, I look up, and it goes from in that spot to moving in literally that fast step-like pattern over maybe 5 body lengths. If you can imagine the classic, it would smash the head of any human inside there type situation.
Right.
Literally then I'm like, what? As I'm staring at it, the hair stands up on the back of my neck. I look for it, I'm about to smash into the back of the vehicle in front of me. I slam on my brakes, stop just short of it, look back up, and the silver disc, again, affixed right there, is in the same spot, but now I'm seeing it literally for about 3 seconds of what I call the phase out. Not the blast away at high speed, but literally looked like it was twinkling straight out of, if you saw a Star Trek episode and overlaid it in reality. Like, what? Look ahead again, because I had to slam my brakes again from, having almost hit that car. Looked up again, and it's gone. Again, heard the voice, looked up, silver metallic, stuck in place, death-like pattern, faces out. I mean, for guys who's researched this stuff as long as I have, it was unbelievable. That was the only incident I ever had. I then dropped that deal. Nobody ever did it. Straight to this day, I challenged it. Nobody's ever done it. I challenge anyone to do such a thing.
Well, I think people, thank you, would be very suspicious of a 900 line. That's a way to make money, of course. And so I think people would be naturally suspicious of that. In terms of your sighting, though, it's a good one. I had a similar one, just walking up my driveway one day, again with Ramona. And as we walked up the driveway, there it was, a silver disc in a contrail, or very near a contrail, of a jet that was probably on its way to San Francisco. And this thing finally shot to the south in the classic takeoff kind of way. And so those are the two I've had, the triangle and then that silver disc. A wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art, this is Fred Uphoff from, I'm sorry, Fred.
Yeah, I'm gonna take that out. I just erased that, so. Your first name only, please.
Thank you. I wanted to go ahead and talk about more abduction sequences that I went through.
You have been abducted?
4 times.
4 times?
Yes.
All right. By what?
Okay. The first time, I woke up in the morning, and on my, and I already talked to Linda Moulton Howe about this.
Oh, you did?
And, she said she's had other triangles burnt into her, other individual skin. Well, below my right thumb, the last joint towards the wrist, has equilateral triangle burnt, and it was like a flash burn.
Okay, do you remember how it occurred?
No, I do not.
But you remember that you were abducted?
Well, I remember seeing all these people around me. Grace, or...
Sounds like an abduction to me.
Say again?
Sounds like an abduction to me.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's what happened. I had this thing burnt into my, I still got the scar on my hand. And it was an equilateral triangle, 15 millimeters on all sizes, and on all sides, and 10 millimeters below the triangle, there was a scar where it removed, what can I say, skin tissue. Maybe for some DNA tests or whatever.
And what did Linda Moulton Howe say about it? Just that she was familiar with other similar cases?
Yeah, she had a guy in South America that had one on his leg. But the thing about this, the weird thing about mine was, is 3 days after I had the thing done on my right hand, it appeared on my left hand.
That is
when
weird.
It burned.
All right, well, I very much appreciate the story. That's a kind of physical evidence, I guess. And that is what I'm after here. I'm after people who have had actual encounters. And if you could be here and look, you would see the lines are clearly all lit up. So we're talking about thousands, perhaps millions of Americans who believe they've had something happen to them, believe they've encountered people from elsewhere. Now, that's a non-trivial story. It's a non-trivial fact. It's, you can take certainly some of them, and you can discount them. What you should not do is discount people who are not particularly articulate about it. Don't discount them. Sort of lump them in with the rest. People tend to do that because somebody is not particularly articulate and doesn't speak the King's English. They automatically discount the story, where the exact opposite is also true. If somebody is very well-spoken and unwinds their story in a fascinating, interesting way, then you tend to believe them. So don't discard stories because a person is not necessarily very articulate. The fact that we're getting so many of them, the fact that you can say, look, we want to talk to people who have had alien encounters, and you get a full stack of lines just waiting for you. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I was standing in my backyard about a year and a half ago, putting up my telescope to look at the moon.
Yes, sir.
And as I was doing so, I saw a multicolored, what I would, the first thing that came to my mind was that it was the shuttle or some satellite going by.
Right.
It was going by very slowly, and it was multicolored. It was, there were rainbow colors, meaning red, blue, green, sparkling. It was slowly going over Lake Michigan, of which I live, approximately 3 blocks from, I live in Racine, Wisconsin, 3 blocks from the lake.
A lot of sightings in that area.
Yes. And what was very interesting, that there was this sudden feeling that I should take consciousness of this, forget about the telescope, and I followed it with my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I got this intense feeling to hop in my car, drive the 3 blocks to the lake, and when I got, and where I live, there's a bluff. There's a, you know what I mean? There's a drop-off, a bluff there that goes down to the lake bed down below.
Right.
Now, I had an intense psychic, for lack of better words, I'm not an educated man. I'm a union truck driver kind of guy.
That's fine.
I felt that I should follow this thing, and there was something telling me to follow this thing and jump in my car and go and follow this. And when I got to this bluff, it was still there. I would say a mile off of the coastline.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know how everybody says that they see these lights in the sky and they zigzag and they go up and zap out of your vision and all that kind of thing?
Yes.
This thing went down into the water.
Uh-huh.
I saw a huge, what I would call 300-yard, 400-yard radius glow underneath the water, and I felt that there was, I was just intensely drawn to this thing. Now, all I can tell you is that I know what you're asking on the airwaves right now. The abduction, if you were abducted,
or met a creature.
Pardon me.
Or met a creature.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I went there in a complete conscious state, followed this thing, watched it go down into the water.
No, it's a worthy story.
And when it hit the water, it went under the water and there was a large glow. And I watched it and kind of lost consciousness. Now, this was not, again, I heard one of your earlier callers say that, they don't do drugs and all this kind of stuff. I wasn't under the influence of anything at the time at all. I watched this in intense curiosity, and I've been listening to your show for quite some time, since before the new guys kind of took it over.
Mm-hmm.
Which I do have a question, if you would allow me to, at the end. And I will tell you that approximately 3 to 3.5, maybe 4 hours later, I found myself in a haze driving back home, which is only a straight shot. There's a main boulevard, DeKalb Avenue, that goes right down to where I'm talking about. There's a little
Okay, so
park.
you were missing all that time, 3 or 4 hours?
I missed 3 hours, and approximately 3 hours plus, and I got back home, and I felt like I was in a haze when I got back home. I made it safely. Everything was fine. I pulled into the driveway. At the time, my fiancée had gotten back from work. I explained it all to her, of which we're both believers in, well, shall we say, other entities in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
And I explained it all to her, but there was about a 3.5 hour period of time that I lost.
Got it.
And I sat there and explained it to her, and I might add that I sat there on the bluff in kind of a haze and watched this thing hit the water.
Right.
There was an intense glow underneath the water, and I have to finish by saying this thing shot out and away underneath the water with an intense glow towards Michigan, because I live on the west side of the lake.
All right, listen, I'm going to have to hold it. I'm going to have to hold it right there. We're out of time. We're coming up at a break point. But this is exactly the kind of thing I was talking about. Thousands of Americans have experienced something like this man did. That was particularly interesting. Water stories are particularly interesting. We'll be right back. From the high desert, actually, and what we're trying to do now is put together an hour of people who have actually had contact with other beings. I sincerely mean that now. If the rest of you would kindly extinguish your phone, sit back, listen, and enjoy the program, I really would like to talk to those of you who have had actual contact, been abducted, or had contact with beings from elsewhere. And that could mean, I suppose, another dimension. It could mean from actual craft. There's no way to really pin all of this down, except to say that thousands, perhaps millions of Americans have had some kind of experience. And as I explained earlier, some can articulately present it, some not quite as well. But the fact that so many have had this experience means something. It either means they are here, they really are here, or there is some great mass psychological something going on out there. And that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. We'll be right back. Dale in Missoula, Montana, is fast blasting me the following. Hello, Art. This was just on Fox News. They reported strange lights in the skies over Chicago and over the southeast. They called it UFOs. Dale. Now, if anybody else saw that report and can confirm for me, I would certainly appreciate it. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Oh, hello.
Hi,
Who am I talking to?
I'm Art Bell.
Oh, let me turn my radio off here.
Yes, please.
Okay, yes, let me tell you about my story here. I'm calling from Bakersfield, California.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was a little girl, I used to have these dreams. And I had quite a few of them, and they were always exactly the same. And I used to call them the oi, oi, oi dreams because they were these little creatures that would come towards me, and while they came towards me, they started out real small, real far away, and real slow in their voice, and they'd be going, oi, 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 and they'd be getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and then I'd wake up screaming before they would get to me.
Do you have any reason to believe they were anything other than a dream?
Well, I always thought they were aliens coming to me through my dreams. And as I've grown up, I've had other experiences and not being asleep. Things that would really happen to me.
Like what?
Okay, well, one time I had this little guy who was outside my window, and he was colorful. He was twinkly. He was smiling. I call it a he. I really don't know what it was, but it was some kind of creature. It would not let me get out of my bed. I wanted to get up so I could go get my daughter and tell her, but it would not let me do it. For hours, it kept me there just watching it. and it would smile, make all these funny little faces that made me smile and feel really good.
Meaning you were paralyzed.
Yeah, I was paralyzed in my bed just watching it outside the window. It seemed to be outside my bedroom window.
Mm-hmm.
And for hours and hours until the early morning.
Well, I'm not sure what you would call that, but some kind of creature from somewhere. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hi, turn your radio off, please.
It's off.
Okay, fire away.
Is this Art?
It is.
Oh, hi, Art.
Hi.
I'm calling refer to your guest bringing up the book of Ezekiel in the Bible.
Yes.
Now, that book was written, Ezekiel's story was written long before Christ was ever born. So if there are people that have doubts about spacecraft, pick up your Bible, folks, turn to the book of Ezekiel, and you'll read all about the first spinning wheels that ever came to Earth after the Earth was populated with people, plants, and animals.
Okay, well, there's no question about that. I think most ufologists, most people who have investigated UFOs have been pointed toward the Bible before, but that was not an actual encounter story, and that's what we're after tonight. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, I have a story.
Okay.
Basically, I was in my bed, and I woke up, and there was a dog over me, and he wasn't my dog. So I wake up my sister, I tell her, wake up, there's a dog. She's like, what dog? I don't see a dog. He ran out the door. 2 days later, the same dog comes back. I followed this dog down the hallway. And by the time I reached the end of the hallway, it's daylight.
So in other words, a number of hours went away.
Yeah, it was completely dark when I left my room. I followed this dog down the hallway, and it was completely light when I reached the living room.
Wow. See, I don't know what to do with a story like that. That's really weird. Do you have any other recollections at all of what went on during that time?
No. I was like, why am I in the living room? What happened? You know, where did the dog go? Why is it daylight?
That's weird. You sound young. How old are you?
I'm 21.
21. And how long ago did this happen?
Oh, I was probably about 14.
14. Okay, I appreciate the story. Again, I don't know what to do with it. These stories come in so many different forms. I mean, from a dog to a creature, a sparkly creature, to the traditional graves, to you name it. International line, you're on the air. Hello?
Hi, is this EM 800?
It probably is, yes.
Yeah, I got a story about the Greys I wanted to tell ourselves.
Okay, well, you're speaking to me, so go ahead.
Well, I'm a security guard in Detroit, and I'll tell you, I see some weird stuff all the time late night here. But my story is actually based when I was in San Antonio, Texas, and I was living in a trailer. And I woke up in the middle of the night one night and saw this creature. I wouldn't even call it gray, but it was definitely the description a lot of people want to give. And that day, I had some dental work done, and it was pretty heavily drug-induced that I thought of. But I got up to attack this thing, and it struck me over the head with a can of Campbell's soup that was on the counter. And I woke up the next day on the floor, bump on the back of my head, can of soup gone. And the person I was living with couldn't really explain the whole thing altogether. Ever since
Well, I don't know what to say. Another weird one.
that,
Yeah, I appreciate the call, and I'm getting reports now. Yes, Art, it's true. Fox News did broadcast news of the event, which transpired again over Chicago O'Hare Airport. Now, this surely cannot be the previous incident. If they're reporting this again tonight, apparently there's something else going on over O'Hare. Let's see. Confirming the Fox report, Art. This is DJ. It aired just before 8 p.m. Eastern. It was a story of the recent sightings over. Okay, maybe it was. The reporter covered both sides, ended with the special effects of pretending that he was getting beamed up. Well, of course. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Mr. Art?
It is, yes.
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, sir. How about yourself?
Doing great. I want to talk to you about the ambiguity of the source of signals that you're getting in communication with extraterrestrials.
I can barely hear you, sir. You're going to have to yell at me a little bit.
I just want to talk to you about the ambiguity of the signals that you're given when you're communicating with extraterrestrials.
I don't communicate with extraterrestrials, so...
Well, during these circumstances, when you're given, messages or whatnot.
I'm not given, sir, I'm not given messages. I've never communicated with an ET.
Really?
Really?
I'm amazed.
Okay. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I have never had one of these encounters. I've had some strange things occur to me in my life, but I have never communicated with anything that I consider to be from anywhere else, for whatever that's worth. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello. Would have been. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, how you doing, Eric?
Okay.
My name's Jeff. I'm from upstate New York. I just got a weird story to tell you. It's kind of like, it's a ghost story, I guess. I do security work in an office building downtown. I open up the building for a bunch of employees that work there, and I get the place ready. I'm there about 45 minutes to a half hour before the place is actually open. Okay, so I'm in there. I get my logs together. I do my report. I basically lock myself in for about a half an hour. So it's just me in the big building. I kid you not. I don't know what's going on, but it's like someone's like right behind me at the lobby there.
I know the feeling.
I
You can almost...
feel someone like breathing on me.
Right.
You know what I mean? I can feel like someone is right there.
Right.
And I hear weird noises down this lobby area. Well, morning, a couple hours goes by, I speak with this one woman that's been there for years. I told her what's been going on. She says to me that, it could be the guy that died 3 floors up. This building is about 10 floors up. And she said, yes, about a year ago, this guy had a heart attack, just died right on the spot, and he died right in his office building, right up on the 3rd floor. He goes, it could be him. And she was laughing, And it's just weird because since I started working here, every morning it's like somebody's there with me.
Well,
I mean, to where I got to turn my head. When I'm doing my log work and I'm doing my reports, I actually have to turn my head and just keep looking like every 2 seconds in back of me because I know someone is in back here watching me.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'd stay in such a job. And I'm not sure that the kind of story you're hearing right now, and then supposed alien contact stories, I'm not sure how different they really are. I guess that's part of what I'm probing here. All of these stories seem to sort of mix together, and that's why ufology and paranormal world, I think, may be connected. I wrote a book once called The Source that really attempted to kind of put all of this together, and I'm still not so sure that it doesn't all belong together. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Yes.
Hello?
This is Hawk.
Yes, Hawk.
I am calling about a entity or entities that I encountered and that have been continuing to follow me and members of my family throughout my life.
Okay.
I wondered if you had any knowledge of the history of the Ouija board.
Sure.
Do you know where it actually came from?
No, the history of it, the beginning history of it, it's very old. Ouija boards have been around for a lot longer than I have, so no, I don't know the actual beginning of the Ouija board.
Well, my grandmother brought one from the hills of Kentucky that was given to her by someone who called herself a witch, and it was old at that time. And this was nothing like the ones they have now. This was handmade, and it was called a Rajan Spirit Calling Board, R-A-J-A-N. And it was not a game like the Ouija board they sell in game box. This was in a wooden box with symbols on it. And when you opened it, everything was wrapped in black silk.
Wow.
And there was rattles. There was a actual pyramid that you set on the board. It was made out of a dark colored wood, and it had an actual crystal mounted in an eye position hole on one side of the pyramid. And it was supplied with candles and an old hourglass and these ancient looking rattles.
Did you give it a try?
Yes, me and some of my cousins gave it a try. And an apparition appeared in the room, and we asked it what its name was, and it told us its name, and it turned out later that what name it told us was Lucifer spelled backwards. And we were so scared, we did what it said to do. It said to blow out candles and shake the shaman rattle, and that it would scare the spirit away. And then you would look into the crystal, and when it was trapped in the crystal, you couldn't see through the crystal. It was fog. When it was gone, you could see through it. After we did that, it was gone.
That's really weird.
We continued to have problems after that. I mean, I can't tell you. I couldn't begin to tell you. I mean, not long after that, my very gentle grandfather just became what I can only say was possessed and shot and killed my grandmother.
Oh my God.
And
well, nothing you're saying about this is a surprise. I had a very, very bad one-time experience with a Ouija board that I don't talk about, and I think they open doors to areas that you don't want to go.
Well, this one at the bottom, I went back because my family still doesn't believe that that's what caused all of our family's trouble, even though half of our family's dead now. And I looked where it said it was manufactured, and this was just a couple of years ago when I wrote it down. And then all that's left of it, all the rattles and all the other things are gone, but the board is still there. And it says,
where was it made?
It says that it was made in the Far East, distributed by Cooper Toys, 666 Lake Shore
Okay.
Drive, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay. Well, all right. I got a little more than I bargained for there, folks. What I've done is I took that out. He gave me a specific name of a company and an address, so I took that out. I will say this, though. I had a truly terrifying experience with a Ouija board. I highly recommend that all of you stay as far away from them as you can. They're nothing by themselves. It comes back to everything that we've been talking about with regard to intent. Consciousness, but most specifically intent. If you try to call up negative spirits, or you use something, it's just a tool. That's all it is. But if you use that tool and project your intent, trying to call something evil, you're very likely going to get it. So be wary. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, North.
Hello there.
How are you?
Yes, turn your radio off. That's number one.
Okay, it's off. Can you tell me anything about just seeing a pair of eyes all the time?
Seeing a pair of eyes?
Yes. I look up
No.
and I see eyes all the time.
You see them where?
In front of me or on the side of me.
You see eyes in front of you or to the side of you?
Right.
Just regular eyes? Brown eyes? Blue eyes?
Sometimes blue eyes, brown eyes. I look up, small eyes, big eyes.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know what to say about that. The eyes have it, I guess. I don't know. Eyes. Big eyes, small eyes, brown eyes, blue eyes, little eyes, big eyes. She sees eyes everywhere. From the high desert in the middle of the night, the strangeness of the night. This is Coast to Coast AM. Boy, maybe we really did set it loose. Look at this breaking news from the National Ledger. You can read it on the nationalledger.com. From the Carolinas to Arkansas to the deserts of Arizona, unexplained lights have filled the night skies of late. That means local news stations and the 9/11 switchboards get calls as people try to explain what at times seems like the inexplicable. Since a UFO appeared over Chicago's O'Hare Airport in November, it appears that people are more concentrated on the skies. This time, a report comes from Maine. According to the Morning Sentinel, callers from 4 southern Somerset County towns reported seeing strange lights in the sky Wednesday night. According to the paper, a caller from Shohagan Road in Fairfield reported seeing strange lights in the skies. It just goes on and on and on. It's something's definitely underway, folks. And whether Chicago O'Hare kicked it off or the experiment last night, one way or the other, something's underway. We'll be right back. Right back to it we go. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
That's Carolyn from Vancouver, BC.
Yes, Carolyn.
Are you still talking about alien abductions and seeing things?
Yes, we are.
So I have this little story. I'm not sure if it is an alien thing or not, but when I was a little girl, I used to always see things in my closet, and I'd always freak out, right? But when I've noticed over the years, I've always been, like when I'm sleeping, like if I'm sleeping on my tummy, I always feel like someone's pricking me in the back. And then when I was like about 2 weeks ago, the same thing started happening again to me. And this time I felt like someone was like I woke up because I couldn't breathe. And something was like pressing against my back, and it totally freaked me out. And my cats were like freaking out at my door, meowing, trying to get in. And so that's basically my little
Okay,
thing.
well, they know. Cats know. And again, I'm not at all sure that these things are not all connected. That is to say that UFOs, paranormal activity in general, that it's not all in some way connected. It may all be from the same source. And when you take call after call after call, I'm not really sure that it's easy to delineate between the people who describe alien contact, or at least some of them, and people who describe sleep paralysis combined with seeing something out their window and the rest of it. I'm kind of working on that in my mind, and I hope many of the rest of you are as well. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hi.
Hi.
I just have a story.
Yeah, fire away. Turn your radio off, though.
Okay. Hi, my name's Annie, and I'm from California.
Hi, Annie.
Are you Art?
Yes.
Hi. I have a story about around 1982. I was reading a book called Star People, Francie and Brad Steiger. And I was sort of thinking about UFOs and so on at that time. And I sat down to meditate one evening, and I heard a high-pitched tone that wasn't like inner sounds that you sometimes hear in meditation, or it wasn't like an outer sound, but it was something kind of in between that. And so I had no hesitation whatsoever. I just knew I was supposed to go with the sound, and I went with it. And I found myself inside a ship, which was a saucer-type ship. And it felt like, to me, it was hovering over the, I couldn't really see outside, but it felt like it was hovering over the vineyard, which was next door to me.
Right.
And it was, and what I saw inside was this arced white light panel, which went from the bottom of the, what seemed like the bottom, from the whole length, from the floor to the ceiling of the ship. And it had rays coming out of the white light, which were different colors of the rainbow, soft colors. And I felt like if they were about the size of my hand. And I felt like if I knew what the colors did, I could just put my hand over these colors and the ship would move in some way. But I didn't know what the colors did, and I didn't want to do anything that I didn't know anything about, you know, what.
Yeah, I hear that. Did you see any beings or any sign of life of any kind?
No, I didn't. But what happened later was that I had an occasion to call Marcel Vogel at that time. I had to ask him some questions.
Yes.
And I was writing a film script story. And I called him and I asked him the questions that I needed to about my story. Marcel Vogel was a solid-state physicist that worked with IBM. And then he went into crystal work after he retired from IBM. And so when I was talking to him on the phone, I asked him, I told him, I said, oh, I wanted to tell you about an experience I had. And I told him about this experience I had inside the ship. Well, the one part I left out was, unintentionally, was that I only had enough time in the ship to realize that this was a real experience. And then I was like back in my body, and suddenly it just shocked me so much. It was like, ah!
Mm-hmm.
And then I was back in my body. So in physical Earth time, it was just that instantaneous thing. But in whatever other time that is that
right.
you go into, I had a feeling that it was a different time. And that for me to know all of those things that I found out inside the ship were, it was a different time, longer than a sigh, you might say. Well, so I told Marcel...
on balance, you feel this wasn't a valid, real experience. It wasn't...
Well, it was definitely, I believe it was an out-of-body experience.
Okay.
And I think that's as real as physical body, but I guess there's different thoughts on that, different schools of thought. But when I told Marcel Vogel about this experience, I said, have you ever heard of anyone that's had that kind of experience? He said, oh yes. He said, that's the mothership. He said, thousands of people see it, thousands of people. Mm-hmm. And I was just amazed to hear a scientist speak that way. And
well, I'm not, and I appreciate your story. I think that, again, it points to a kind of confusion between what most of us call paranormal and what a lot of us call ufology. I really see a great mixture here. I see I don't even know how we delineate between the two, between some sort of paranormal experience, something that may be coming from another adjacent dimension, and something that's real and physical and from another planet. I'm not sure we're capable of knowing the difference. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Holy
Hello?
mackerel.
Yes, Holy Mackerel, you're on the air.
Exterminate by radio.
Thank you.
Paranormal experience.
Down, 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 not up.
It's terminated.
There you go.
Well, anyway, you know what? That experiment we did,
Yes.
that was a bad idea, Art. And you know what? I didn't really think anything about it, but I went outside, like you said, like everybody else did, and I stood out there. Nothing happened, so I came back in to listen to radio to see if anybody else got anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I come back in, I sit down, and I remember I need to get something out of my car. We went to a commercial break, so I went to my car. I saw over the freeway a helicopter, I guess, what I thought was a helicopter. I see it eventually heading toward me, so I said, okay, I'll roll this out. You can't leave the piece of flying in the air.
Right.
This thing heads toward me. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. It's a big white light. And I'm telling myself, no. What's that? No. What's that? I'm a complete skeptic. Even I've seen something and I'm completely going, no, this can't be.
Right.
And this thing is about 2 blocks from me. It's huge, white. Let me put it to you this way. This thing looked organic. It didn't look like anything like you ever craft. It was glowing white, and it had, like, underneath its legs, it's ridiculous. It looked like tentacles, like a jellyfish. And it was glowing. And it's just ridiculous. I go, no. He was like the size of what do you call it, a softball, an arm's length.
Oh, yeah.
And I got scared. I just didn't know. Like, you know what? I think? We're trying wolf here. That was a bad idea, Art. Because, I feel real bad. I got scared. I went inside. I said, what are we doing? We're making these things come here. They're probably there in case some sort of natural disaster or something. We need help from these individuals. But I looked on the internet because this is ridiculous. UFO like a jellyfish. I typed in UFO and jellyfish, and guess what? They exist.
Oh, I know. I know. Listen, it's like we set something loose. It's going crazy out there. So,
yeah.
I don't know if it was a good idea or a bad idea. I don't, based on what we've seen so far, it's not a bad idea in the sense that I haven't heard of any negative encounters as a result of it. I've just heard of lots of things in our sky suddenly being seen. Lots and lots of things suddenly being seen. Now, it could be the result of just asking people to look in the sky. I cannot dismiss that. Or it could be that we really generated something that's still ongoing. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Marcel, this is
Yes, sir.
Chris from Murfreesboro, Tennessee.
Hi, Chris.
And hi, and I want to talk to you about an experience I had contact with aliens when I was younger. I just recollected this memory. I think it was as a result of a near-death experience that when we were kids, I guess I was like 12 or 13, we were making ourselves pass out.
I remember doing that when I was a kid.
I guess like you're holding, you hold your breath and then somebody comes up behind you and grabs you.
That's
well,
right.
I did that, and when that happened, I guess I went to some other dimension, but when I woke up or when I was in another dimension, I was on my back, and it felt like I was maybe on like a lunar landscape on the moon, and I was surrounded by like aliens, gray aliens.
Mm-hmm. You see, that what you have just said is absolutely classic. How do you differentiate the paranormal as produced by, I wonder how many of you remember that when we were kids, huh? You hold your breath, somebody grabs you. I won't describe how it's done because it's not safe. And generally you pass out. And then he has an experience that approximates aliens. All right. How do we separate the paranormal from the aliens, from craft, from things that people see? It surely seems to all mix together to me. On the international line, you're on the air.
Hello, is this Art?
It is.
It is. Hey, I've been watching, you stole my thunder, but Fox Network has been showing, that's the cable side, has been showing some footage of the UFOs you're talking about. So I just wanted to inform people that they've got some actual footage out here on the TV.
I know, I'm hearing about it all over now.
Okay, well, I know we're short on time, so, but it's great to talk to you.
Okay, good to talk to you, sir. Thank you. And I don't know what we've set loose, but again, I guess it's a success from the point of view that what we're getting are sightings of things in the sky. We're not getting abduction reports, other than the ones that come from some time ago. But we are getting massive numbers of sightings in the sky. And, well, that's kind of what we asked for. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Art,
Yes.
hi.
Hi.
I'm so happy to get through. I knew I was going to get through. I was laying in bed, sleeping, and my grandson got up to go to the bathroom. And my husband turned on the radio, and I just got up and called you.
Okay.
Okay, this is the story about my grandson. when he was 2 years old. He was sleeping with his brother, and every night one of them would get out of bed and go sleep with the mother.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the older brother woke up, and he couldn't find his brother, and well, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. He went in to talk to Mom and find out where brother was.
Mm-hmm.
And the mother said, no, he's not here. Go back and look for him. So he went back, and he couldn't find his brother, so he came back. He came back again, and couldn't find his brother. And he went back again, and he just decided to sleep on the couch. And the next morning, my daughter said, I told you your brother was in bed. And the 2-year-old said, no, me not. Me on spaceship. So when he came the next day, I said, what happened last night? And he said, I went on a spaceship. And he's like going zoom, zoom. And I said, what happened? And he said, they took me to see another Kenny. That looks
I'm
just
sorry,
like
another what?
Well, he said his name. They took me to see another Kenny.
Oh.
That looks just like me.
Oh.
Yeah. And my stomach just dropped.
Mm-hmm.
And so I asked him, I said, were they good to you? And he said, yeah. And I said, what did they look like? And he said, you know, Grandma, they died. And I asked him if they talked to him. And he said they didn't have mouths, but they talked to him.
This was a 2-year-old.
2-year-old. Now, I wrote Whitley about this, and he got back to me like the same day.
Uh-huh.
Beautiful letter. And I talked to him a little bit about it, but I didn't dwell on it. And we didn't talk much about it after that. But the synchronicity is that when I was writing Whitley, or emailing him, my older grandson that found him missing was talking to his mother about it. When I got the response back from Whitley, I called my daughter and told her that I had emailed Whitley and gave her the response. And she said, Mom, just yesterday, the older grandson asked her if she remembered the incident. And then, I think probably 3 years, 4 years after it happened, we were standing outside a restaurant. And out of the clear blue sky, we were just standing there waiting for my daughter to come out. And out of the clear blue sky, he said, Grandma, what I don't know is, how did they get me out of my bed the night they took me? And I just about fell over. I couldn't believe he was asking that. It was, it's kind of sad in a way, because I love him so much to think that, maybe something is happening. And then the next incident was, I think that was it Mars, it was close to Earth, or Venus?
It was Mars.
Oh, it was Mars. Okay, we were outside looking for it with the telescope, and I couldn't see it. We didn't have very good telescopes. And I came and I said, come on, let's go look it up on the internet. And I brought it up on the internet, and as soon as he saw it, he got real excited. He said, Grandma, that's where they took me that night. And I said, I just talked to him, and I said, what do you mean? He said, I saw that. And what he implied, without really saying the word, that's where the mothership sits, right near that. Now, he might have been talking about Venus, but it was Mars that I had on the internet. And he was so excited. He said, that's where they took me that night. And he said he got off one vehicle into another, and it was real big. And he implied different breeds, like insect type and reptilian type, but that
Boy, that's an awful lot for a 2-year-old to remember.
Right.
It really
exactly.
is. That's an amazing story, though.
But what really got me the most was when he said they took him and showed him another Kenny that looks just like him.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't believe it, because, I hear these shows about hybrids, and I thought, oh my gosh, is it true?
Is there any history in your family that would point to what he said? In other words, was anybody else? You know what? We're running out of time.
Yes.
But is there any family history?
If they are, I don't know about it, but I got to tell you one more thing real quick. He is psychic. He can take the camera and and take photographs of orbs.
Okay, on that note, I've got to go, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. We're flat out of time. Thank you all for the stories. And if this doesn't get you thinking, along with what's going in our skies right now, I don't know what will. At any rate, we'll be back tomorrow evening. Jim Sparks will be back. He's really quite something. That'll be a program you don't want to miss. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Night all.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
From the desert of the sea and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, as the case may be, across all 24 time zones covered by this program. How you do? It's Friday night, Saturday morning, and we're going to do open lines. So these are the times when anything can happen now. Let me begin the program by saying that I was deluged, understatement, with emails and so forth, saying, since I asked last week what you would do if you were the devil, it is my absolute obligation to ask this week what you would do if you were God. And I'm going to do that. I'm just going to put a slight, minor little twist on the question. So my question is going to be, if you were God, what would you do differently? That's the one you've got to answer. You want to try. If you were God, what would you do differently? That's going to take some thought, and it should bring some interesting, provocative answers. You were God. You know, the one. What would you do differently? All right, well, let us look at the news. It's not so much the war news anymore. So, I guess there's some left. The big story is the baddest of the bad of the Taliban. What's left? Are on their way to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, shackled and surrounded by Marines. They're going to Guantanamo. That's where they're going to keep them in Guantanamo. Now, I remember the Haitians, and they kept Haitians in Guantanamo for a while, and then essentially sent them home. What I'm wondering here is, now obviously they're going to interrogate them, and they're going to say, where is Bin Laden? Where is he? And stuff like that. But aside from that, what I'm wondering, and what they're not talking about at all is where ultimately are these Taliban going to go? Are they going to stay forevermore at Guantanamo Bay? Unlikely, right? What are the other choices? What are the other choices? I mean, what are we going to do with them? I don't have the slightest idea, and nobody is talking about that. So I just hope they don't end up immigrating somehow. And I have this horrible feeling. And anyway, it looks like Ford is going to cut, and they're sorry about it, certainly apologizing, 35,000 jobs. There are many who are saying the recession may be bottoming out, and others, Fed Chairman warning it may not. You know, the worst may not be over, or it may be. Nobody's quite sure yet. This could be near the bottom, some say. Another story about Enron tonight. Oh, I tell you, this Enron thing, the fellow who made the prediction about Enron, I have this feeling he's right. It turns out Enron sought a big-time help from the federal government shortly before, of course, the recent bad news of Enron going. And there had been a lot of donations made to a lot of high places, and just, you know, every day now I look at the news and there's an Enron story there, and it just has the feel of Watergate. That's the way Watergate happened. Small story at the beginning, a bigger one, and a bigger one, and a bigger one, and a bigger one. Before you knew it, a president was taking off and leaving, impeached. And I'm not saying that's how big Enron is going to be, or whether it's even going to be a scandal at all, because I have no way of knowing. It's just the way they're handling this story that makes me think. Israeli missile boats fired at a Palestinian naval fuel depot and at barracks as well, used by the naval police in Gaza early Saturday, setting both ablaze. So that, of course, continues and will probably forever until Armageddon over there. And now, this is kind of interesting with regard to time travel. Here's a really interesting story. It looks like someone's made the calculation that for a 400-digit number, it would take something like 1 billion or 10 billion years for a supercomputer using conventional algorithms to factor that number. A quantum computer could do that in a few months. Now we're comparing a 10 billion years to a few months. And they're about to build a quantum computer. IBM's well on the way to a quantum, actually they've got a quantum computer. And I'm told, you know, I don't know that much about time travel, despite what some people think. But a quantum computer would very likely be the step to time travel. A quantum computer, in all likelihood, would be able to be in multiple dimensions at one time. And if that would be the case, then time travel would be either a reality or just around the corner. And so we're making really fast strides. Forget the doubling of processor speeds every 18 months or whatever it is. We're making strides beyond that, and if we should suddenly jump to a quantum computer, then time travel may be well within our grasp. And of course, another great all-time question is, if time travel is possible, then where are the time travelers, right? Well, they may well be out there. And that's one answer that a lot of people have a hard time contending with. The time travelers may be there now. And if there is to be time travel, they probably are there right now. Oh, there you are. I thought it interesting that we appear to have a quantum computer. All right, well, I'm going to be rather interested to see how you answer this gigundous question. That was a word that a fellow used on the show yesterday that I think I may adopt. Gigundous question. If you were God, what would you do differently? Dare anybody take a shot at that one? Truly a gigundous question. Just one more little item here. This is, actually I've got a list of these, and I thought this one was particularly interesting. It's a medical student who wrote it. It says he's currently doing a rotation in toxicology at the Poison Control Center, and today a woman called in very, very upset because her little daughter had been eating ants. I don't think I ever ate ants. Did you? I saw my wife ate an ant when we were in South Africa. We were in Africa, actually, Eastern Africa, and they have these giant, no, I'm going to tell the story. I could hear her screaming. They have these giant anthills that are like 6 feet tall. I mean, they're as big as a full-grown man. They're big anthills, folks. And the ants in these anthills are termites. Very small difference. That's right, a termite. Well, no difference anyway. Termites build these giant things, and they are really big termites. Really ferocious termites. And as part of one of the safaris we went out on, we were invited to eat a termite. Now, I turned that down right away. I wouldn't voluntarily eat a live termite. But my wife did. Now, the instructions were clear, and that was that you had to get the termite in your mouth and in between your teeth and crunch the termite before the termite realized that it was on a soft tongue. In other words, the last thing you want to do is obviously throw a little thing with claws or whatever on your tongue. And my wife put it on her tongue. And the termite obligingly took a piece of her tongue out. And then she aggressively crunched him. But beforehand, he took with him a little piece of her tongue, and it bled for some time. And ever since then, and actually I've never regretted making the decision I did not to do that. It's an interesting invitation, but I don't know, I just, not one of those things that I would jump right to. She did. And that's it. We're perfect matches, we're opposites. And we're perfect matches in that regard. But it was, I do have to admit, it was fun to watch.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
Well, I launched into that story about Africa. My wife, I couldn't resist, and I forgot to tell you about the rest of this anyway. Here he is in toxicology at the Poison Control Center, and this woman calls in all very upset because she had caught her little daughter eating ants. So this gentleman quickly reassures her that the ants are not harmful, not really, and there'd be no need to bring her daughter into the hospital. Whew, right? So she calmed down, and then just at the very end of the conversation added, happened to mention, that she had given her daughter some ant poison to kill the ants. At which point, she was obviously told she had better bring her daughter in right now to the emergency room, right now. It takes a village, and we have some strange people in this country. We really, really have some strange people that do things that are just completely indecipherable. I've got tons of these. Maybe I'll read you some more of them. Anyway, open lines. Friday night, Saturday morning. We have given you enough brain food this week with all the programs we've done. Boy, do we have some good ones coming up next week, so that you should not have a problem commenting on anything at all. If you wish to tackle my question, that's the only other thing I want to say. If you wish to tackle my question about God, then you must tackle it both in the spirit and the rule of the law of the question. And the rule is it must be answered exactly as it is asked. If you were God, what would you do differently? I wonder if people are going to have a hard time answering that, or an easy time. Now, people virtually leapt at the devil. They jumped. What a question. I couldn't stop it. I had email coming in from people who had devil answers. We'll see what you do with God. Everybody thought, really ought to be fair, and I agree. I just put a little twist on it, just a little twist. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, I don't believe it.
Well, you should believe it. You're here. Where are you, please?
I'm Michael in Las Vegas, KDWN.
Ah, the monster on 720 in Las Vegas. Yes, my alma mater station.
Yes, been here 9 years and going, what am I doing? Anyway, I have an answer for you right away. I said, I would tell Art Bell time travel is not possible. However, I would tell him that alternate dimensions are possible.
Well, then time travel is probably going to be possible. I mean, our nation's best minds, sir, the best theoretical physicists in the world believe that. So why don't you?
Well, That doesn't make them right.
Well, no, I just said they believe that. Why don't you?
Because
Yes.
all we have.
I said that to my mom a lot when I was a kid. Because.
Well, in this case, because works, but because.
I got that.
We have a moment. Now we have another moment. We can't get that last moment back. All we have is right now, and that's all there is now.
Well, that's a kind of, all right, well, fine. But that is pedestrian thinking, sir. Pedestrian thinking. All we have is now. No past, no future, but now, only now. And now, forever. I'm not so convinced. I think there's going to be time travel. I think there is time travel. I think there are time travelers. And frankly, that makes a whole lot more sense if some of our nation's greatest minds are correct. I have no way of knowing anything for sure, but I think it's coming. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. If I were God, it's what I would do, right?
If you were, no, the question is, if you were God, what would you do differently?
If I were God, I would do one hell of an imperfect God.
Well, but I didn't ask that. I don't care. Were you perfect, imperfect, upside down, inside out? What would you do differently? That's the question.
In other words, I wouldn't be able to do nothing better than the God is.
Well, then you are. Okay, I appreciate your stab at it, but you, obviously, sir, are an example of exactly what I just warned against. If you can't answer the question, don't call. Oh, I couldn't do anything better than God. I didn't say better, I said different. Maybe it would be worse. But I want a direct, in the spirit and the letter of the law, answer to the question, what would you do differently if you were God? What's to the Rockies? You're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Bill. I'm calling you from Grand Pass, Oregon.
Yes, sir.
If I were God and we were taking it from this moment forward, I would cause all people to speak a universal language. And I would have all people, when they approach another person, to see the most beautiful person that they've ever seen in their life, even if it was an image of themselves.
Now, just the language thing by itself is pretty good, sir. What would it? How would the world be different if we all spoke the same language? Period.
Yeah, that would eliminate the miscommunication. Because we would, as we're speaking the words, we would understand them without trying to translate them in our minds.
That could only be achieved, of course, with you know what, sir, a one world government.
Well, that would be, we're talking about God taking his people that he has created.
And suddenly just...
And suddenly making them so that they're peaceful.
Well, I don't know. All right, well, fine. If you do that, fine. I don't know that there wouldn't be repercussions to that, though. You know, kind of a world where everybody spoke the same language and was totally peaceful, and they all walk around in white togas. I think I saw that in Star Trek. And they all walk around in white togas. Of course, there was a little hitch in that plan, too, you'll recall. Because there was a price to pay for the white toga life. Every now and then, one of these creatures that would provide, after all, you just can't get something from nothing. And so the creatures under the ground manufactured all the goods to keep lifestyle good for people in white togas up on top of the world. But every now and then, they would grab the people in the white togas and chow down, or something like that. All right, we'll break here. If you were God, what would you do differently in your creation?
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More Somewhere in Time coming up. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
I was thinking that guy said that everybody in the world should instantly be made to speak the same language. And I thought, you know, what guarantee is? You just automatically think for English, of course. Wrong. Probably be French. This is allegedly a true story. A man wanting to rob a downtown Bank of America in San Francisco walked into the branch and wrote, "This is a stick-up. S-T-I-K-K-U-P. Put all your money, M-U-N-Y, in the bag." While standing in line waiting to give this note to the teller, he began to worry that someone might see him write the note and might call the police before he got up to the window. So he left the Bank of America and crossed the street to the Wells Fargo Bank. After waiting a few minutes in line, he hands this note to the Wells Fargo teller. She reads it, surmising from his spelling that he wasn't the brightest bulb in the harbor. She told him she could not accept this stick-up note because it was written on a Bank of America deposit slip, and that he'd either have to fill out a Wells Fargo deposit slip or go back to the Bank of America. Looking somewhat defeated, the man said, "Okay," and left. They arrested him just a few moments later, waiting in line at the Bank of America. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hi there.
Hey, Art, after I tell you my idea, I'm hoping to ask you a brief question. What I would do is I would grant the following powers to all humans and higher animals, like dogs or cats or mice, birds, things like that.
Yes.
Total invulnerability, immortality, and the ability to fly anywhere at any speeds up to the speed of light.
Unbreakable, huh?
Yep, so that you could just zoom from here to the moon with your cat right behind you. Or go further.
Somehow, I think there's a big hitch in this one, but I don't know. Spacefaring cats. I'll have to think about that. Anyway, you have a question, sir?
Yes, about a year ago, you interviewed a gentleman, a self-made millionaire. I believe he made his millions from selling an invention of a type of toy. He was going to try to launch himself into low-altitude Earth space.
Yes. Oh, well, that, sir, is coming up this spring.
This spring, because I think he said it was originally scheduled for November. Did you have it?
No. It was moved to the spring, and I am going to be there.
Well, I hope that actually turns out to be a real thing. And
I'm actually. Oh, it's not a hoax, sir.
Well, you know what I mean. Just or someone.
Didn't you see?
Braggadocio.
Didn't you see his rocket?
Well, yes, but I'm skeptical, but I want it to be true.
Oh no! This man is serious. Now, what are the odds? Of his actually being able to do this.
Well, I thought the best idea was the reviewing stand with cheering fans and dancing girls ready for his landing. I thought that was a nice touch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you were going to do something like that, wouldn't you want, at the very least, dancing girls?
Oh, certainly.
All right. Well, have a good morning. And not only that, but we'll interview him before he launches. He's going to launch himself into low Earth orbit. And why not? There are many who will try and stop him, I'm sure, but why not? And if that's what you want to do, and you want to build a rocket, this is America, by God, and you ought to be able to be allowed to do it. And if you blow yourself up, well then, that, my friend, is the free will given to us by the real one up there. A wild card line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, this is Denise. I'm calling from Oregon.
Hi, Denise.
Hi there. First, I'd like to say I have enjoyed your show for years.
Thank
and
you.
learned so much, and I'm very grateful that you're on the air.
Well, thank you.
Regarding the question, I would not do anything differently.
Well, then you can't answer the question.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't. Because the question specifies, you must specify what you would do differently.
But if the whole reason for God is that He's done everything perfectly and it's up to us to do things
I
differently.
want to argue this with you, ma'am. You're not answering the question. You must answer the question by stating something you would do differently.
But the question is moot.
Well then, you shouldn't attempt to answer it.
There's no question to answer because God
Well, sure
is
there
already
is.
perfect.
I know, but
Yes.
people have free will.
That's right.
And part
People
of that
have
free will would be an attempt to answer this question and to live within even the spirit, the most remote spirit of the question, you have to try and answer.
Oh, but that's what drove me to call, was the spirit. Because the spirit is with us, it's not with God. God's already perfect.
All right, well, I appreciate the call, but you flunk. You've got to answer the question straight on. That's it, you've got to answer it straight on. You cannot call and say, well, God is perfect, and so I won't try to answer. Well, then you're not answering the question. I have a feeling there are plenty of people out there capable of answering this question. Might be slightly blasphemous, I suppose, but I know you can do it. East of the Rockies, I mean, it's only speculation. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Art,
Yes.
I had two things I would do were I the creator.
See, I do it. Yes.
Excuse me, this is Marcia in Van Buren, Arkansas, listening to you on KYHN 1320.
In where? Van Buren?
Yes, KYHN is in Fort Smith. I'm just across the river.
Oh, you're in Arkansas. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, were I the creator, the first thing I would do would make sure that my message to all people, not just Earthlings, but to all people, would be personal enough and clear enough that everyone would understand that there was one creator. And I would have my
There'd be
laws.
like a megaphone shouting at everybody somehow or another.
Well, not quite
It'd
that.
be like God fireside chats where you.
But instead of having all the different denominations, well, this is the way you interpret the Bible, that's the way you interpret the Bible, I would not allow that.
So a clearer communication.
Yes,
Okay.
and
All right,
the other thing would be the understanding of the human race on Earth that they are by far not the only intelligent life I've created.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Take care. Right. Yeah, there's a lot going on with dolphins. That's really interesting. We've talked a lot about that lately, and dolphins really are dolphins may be as smart as we are in a different way. And it was kind of interesting the other night talking about uplifting a creature like a dolphin to be able to speak and other human-like attributes. I don't know. It's a fascinating concept, but again, it's toying around a bit much with my taste, with Mother Nature, to change the nature of it. But then again, maybe that's what was done to create us. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Mr. Bell,
Yes, that would be
how you
me.
doing tonight?
I'm doing fine, sir. Where are you?
I am currently roosting at a truck stop in Sparks.
Oh, Sparks, Nevada.
Yeah, the biggest little town up here. I like it up here.
Yes, sir.
I got to tell you, listeners, if they haven't cut through your neck of the woods yet, they're missing out big time.
It's
It
beautiful.
is, I finally figured out what the hell the Kingdom of Nye was.
Really? Good. It's
absolutely beautiful to drive from Vegas to Reno at night.
It absolutely is one of the most spectacular things you can do, and it's like, to me, one of the wonders of the world. The desert is an amazing place.
Absolutely. I purposely stopped right there by Scotty Junction just so I could be totally alone and watch a shooting stars. But
yes.
I've got a comment about the Yucca Mountain debacle you guys are going to be having here pretty soon.
Oh, the suppository.
Yeah, I hear a lot about your local government up here, your senators and all that going to try and fight it, but what's to say it won't go the way of Groom Lake and Area 51, where they pretty much won't have much to say about it in the end, probably. I mean, what's to keep those people from doing it without our knowledge? I mean, without giving people in Nevada a chance to speak about it.
Well, that is what they're doing. I mean, they have given us a chance to speak about it. They just don't care about what we said.
Yeah, I mean, I thoroughly believe that in the long run, no one can have a say about it. You know, even if Bush decided to not go against it, I don't think no one can have a choice in the matter, because it seems to me that they're going to be pretty hell bent on doing it. But
I know. You know what we need real quick? We need a really big earthquake right at about Yucca Mountain.
I don't know. I would hate to see that area get shook too bad.
Oh, no, that'd be fine. Just something that would open up the ground and a few eyes.
But answer your question. I think your last caller kind of stole my thunder. But I was going to say I would make damn sure everybody knew there's only one religion. And I think that would have maybe eliminated a lot of wars in the long run.
Just out of curiosity, which one would that be?
You know, I don't know. I hadn't thought that far ahead yet. I think if I were God, I would make sure there was only one. And, you know, maybe in the long run that would have saved us a lot of grief throughout history because, you know,
hey, listen.
A lot of people have died in the name of religion.
And various gods, absolutely. All right, thank you very much. And various gods. Oh, yes, people always killing their God's name. You can't get to something as serious as killing without invoking God, whatever God. God's word in this hand and a gun in this hand. That's how it's done. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Art. It's been a long time waiting to get a hold of you.
Where are you, pray tell?
I am in Avon Lake, Ohio. My name is Bernie.
Yes, Bernie.
Seeing that God would do something different,
No.
what would I do differently?
That's right.
I would leave everybody to their own devices around the world and let them go where they really deserve to go.
Yeah, but that's happening now. That's not different.
No, but being God, I intervene wherever I can to help try to keep everybody from going where they deserve to go. So if I would do something differently, everybody would really be in bad shape.
I see. Well, yeah, I was thinking about that one earlier. In other words, you finally pass away and you arrive at the pearly gates and, to your surprise, you know what you've done in your life and you get up there and ask for forgiveness and they say, you know, forgiveness? There's no forgiveness. What a shock. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hello.
Just want to talk to Art.
Well, there's a good chance that's actually occurring right now.
Hello?
Yes. Are you hearing me? There's a
Yes,
good chance that's actually occurring right now.
Well, yeah, possibly. Yeah. There's no saying that, you know, there is only one God, but the wise call by many names. You know, so be it, you know, Buddha, God, Jehovah.
Well, no, I don't know about that. People seem to feel they're different characters. A lot of them are different characters. Entirely.
Yeah, but if you really don't dive into the different religions.
Anyway, so that is not the question. The question is, if you prefer any one of these gods, what would you do differently?
What would I do differently?
Yeah.
Stop technology.
Oh, you would stop technology.
Exactly.
That's
Get back to
interesting.
basics.
In other words, all technological things would just suddenly vanish.
Well, if you've noticed over the last 60 years of heavy industry, we've more or less destroyed this planet.
Well, you know, there would be mass suicide. People would be jumping off of cliffs because there wouldn't be any skyscrapers, but they'd find cliffs, they'd jump off those, and people wouldn't be able to take it without technology.
Well,
but I suppose then the ones that would be left would be pleasing to you.
Well, eradicate technology before it happens. You know.
You would want?
Not letting technology evolve the way it has. You know, instead of basically raping the earth, you know, create, you know, certain aspects of energy to be found earlier than what they have been.
That's interesting, but the trouble is, you see, that would take technology, and you took that away. Of course, I suppose there could be an entirely different kind of technology, and we've certainly speculated about that. If we hadn't followed the present linear scientific course that we have, that perhaps the technology of the ancients would be what would have developed. But then again, you could also say, well, the ancients, if they were so hot and they had such great technology, what the hell happened to them? They're gone. Toast. History. We're here. They're not. I don't know. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art, it's such a pleasure to get through to you.
Glad you're through. Where are you?
I'm in St. Augustine, Florida. My name's Kathy.
Hi, Kat.
And I tell you, I do want to give a legitimate answer to your question.
Thank you.
I will say I don't know that I believe these days in a God, but I was raised...
It's not necessary to answer the question.
Well, okay. I do fear that the Judeo-Christian God may be real, and I'd like to say that...
Well, that's what they want you to do. They want you to fear.
Well, there you go. I think that if I were he, I would not have given people free will and then punished them for using it in certain ways. That's what I would do
That's a
differently.
very good point.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to think about that a little bit, but it's actually a pretty good point. You give somebody free will, it's a gift, and then you punish them when they use it.
Yeah. I think about that a lot.
Yeah, it's a really hard concept. The whole concept of free will and God and the whole thing is really hard.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's a good answer.
Well, thanks for taking my call.
Thank you very much for making it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
I would have made the seeds in avocados smaller.
Well, it's a pretty small thing. Why would you have?
That's from a movie with George Burns and John Denver. Oh God, they asked him if he
Make the seeds smaller.
would.
Well, then this isn't original. Then you had to steal this movie.
Small Joe.
Yeah, oh, I see. Is there anything you really would do, sir? As God, differently?
Yeah, to put a big sign on the rock of Gibraltar, saying I created everything. Sign God.
With me is sign God, right? So an inscription on the rock of Gibraltar. That might have been all right. Or some other totally gigundous formation of some sort that would be around for literally all time for mankind to see forever. Sort of a final instruction for mankind. That's good. It's very good. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
Yes, this is Luella, and I'm listening to you on KNYE 95.1 in Pahrump.
Yes. How you doing? Thank you.
Hi. And if I were God, I would eliminate hate, greed, envy, jealousy, and hunger.
Well, but then what would you be left with?
Oh, I think love in the world where there wouldn't be murders and killings. And
Wouldn't you be running the risk, though, bad as many of those things are, of making it boring?
well, that would be a possibility, but I think it would be better. I don't know. I think we just got rid of all those things that maybe the world would be a lot better place.
And yet those things must be here for a reason.
I just would get tired of ketchup soup.
It's an inside joke here in Pahrump. All right, thank you, dear.
Okay.
Take care. A listener to 95.1 KNYE here from Ketchup Soup. There is a public service announcement. I don't mean to make fun of it in any way, but we do run it on KNYE. And it's about ketchup soup. And, it's about hunger. And the way they do it is somewhat humorous. Ketchup soup, I think it says. If kids get hungry enough, they'll eat anything. Very interesting. All right, stay right where you are. Remember now, the question is, if you were God, what would you do differently? If you were God, what would you do differently?
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
once again, away we go. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello again, sir. I apologize for being on the cell phone. I'm in the courtyard of one of those huge monster cement buildings, so I'm sure I probably sound awful on this.
Well, you sound a little godlike, like you're coming through a dimension, but that's all right.
That's rather interesting.
Where are you?
I'm in Florida, listening to you on 970 WFLA.
Okay, very good. Proceed.
Okay, the God question. I believe that instead of universal language, we should have universal background music.
Universal background music?
That way you wouldn't even need the language. You could tell just by the music that's playing if the person you were talking to had good intentions, evil intentions, if they were your friend, if they were an enemy. You wouldn't even need the music. It would just be so much more pleasant if we had constant music coming around, filtered through the air.
Well,
it makes things so much more interesting.
A sort of a heavenly muzak, actually. Well, okay, what kind of music would you impose upon the people?
Probably instrumental, or maybe perhaps if people could learn to sort of manifest their our psychological abilities, we could perhaps create it ourselves.
Don't you think, though, that well as intentioned as that idea might be, there would be people who would hate it, and they would hold their ears and they would go, God, stop.
Well, anybody who really hates music probably isn't a very good person to begin with.
Why not? But most people like music, but I mean, it is a matter of taste. There's certain pieces of music that, there was a song called The Lion Sleeps Tonight, and the world loved that.
That's true. That
hated
sounds
that
like
record.
it.
Oh my God, I hated that record.
Most of the stuff that they have on the radio now is complete
garbage.
That's awful. I like the stuff you play so much better. I wish we got the Storm channel here.
Thank you so very much. Yes, I agree with that. Maybe a sign of age, but even when it came out, I hated The Lion Sleeps Tonight. It's just something that absolutely is like chalk, like chalk on a board or fingernails going down a blackboard to me. That's what it's like. It's burgers that made America great, sir.
All right.
All right. I appreciate your call. Thank you.
Okay,
All right. We are a warlike people. We are a testosterone-filled group of walking, angry people, and all of that can be attributed to meat, that and more. But that's what made us great, by God. Oh, yeah, he was the guy. Right? East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome. Thank you for making it.
I would make people have magic powers, kind of like I Dream of Genie or, be witched or something like that, but they could only do good with it, though. If they were caught doing something bad, then it would be taken away from them.
Then the power would be revoked, huh?
Yeah.
You don't honestly think that's well, because you'd be God, so you could absolutely have it that way, but nothing but good deeds going on.
Mm-hmm.
Wonder what kind of world that would be.
I don't know, it's kind of interesting. But you couldn't be more powerful than God, though. God was,
No, you'd have to have powers with a small p.
Yes.
Thank you very much. But you could only do good. I doubt that's the way it would be. I rather doubt that's the way it would be. If we all had the powers of Genie, you know darn well the kinds of things that we'd use them for. Right, guys? The imagination knows no limits when you consider the possibilities. It's a little wrinkle of the nose, and she's yours. Whatever. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Abe from Salt Lake City, listening on 570 KNRS.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, if I was God, and it's funny, I had to answer this question because I was talking to my friend about it, and I've always thought it'd be a great thing if I was my own creator of my world and I was God.
That's right.
That I would create as a plague for those that are unrepentant and the cities that don't seem to want to keep my commandments. I would create a plague of giant spiders. I hate them too, so I think it would be the perfect thing to just creep somebody out so much that, about the size of a pit bull. And
spiders the size of a pit bull, and they would descend on an entire city that had misbehaved.
That's right, and they make a really awful hiss like a, it
Yeah.
just scared the hell out of you. And
They probably gnash their teeth like that commercial I have about grinding, you know.
yeah, and I think, you put that once in humanity, then, they'd write about it and they'd say, listen to what, God's saying to you, because if you don't,
You are absolutely right, sir. I mean, it wouldn't take but once. Look what happened to Salt Lake City. Do you
That's right.
want this to happen to you?
That's right, beware the spiders.
That's right. All right, sir. I appreciate your call. Thank you. A plague of pit bull-sized spiders. That probably would do it. Well, when you saw those babies coming, the horizon turning black, the gnashing of teeth, the hunger of those who are about to do jobs, God's job on you in your city. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, hello, Mr. Bell.
How are you?
Pretty good. I just wanted to answer if I was God.
Yes, good. Turn your question, your radio down, please.
Okay.
And actually raise the volume of your question or your answer.
Okay. Well, if I was God, I would make a planet for each different race, and then I would have one planet for all races.
Oh,
These planets
so now would these planets be separate but equal?
separate, yes, separate but equal on the same axis as the planet Earth is currently.
Each
Like a
planet would have would have rainforests and deserts and oceans and all the benefits that we seem to have.
Yeah, each planet would be with the same land configuration, and we would be able to travel between these planets, one government per planet.
But then, if you had the travel between the planets, you said for each race, right?
Right.
Pretty soon, it would be just like it is here, because the rockets would go back and forth, and you'd have mixed people again.
Well, that's why I would add an additional planet for all races. So people that want to...
Oh, I see it. The ones that mix would go to the mixed planet,
Exactly.
and the others would stay on the segregated, separate but equal planets.
Exactly.
Hello, planet. I appreciate your call, sir, and I guess that would translate to the way he thinks about things generally in life, wouldn't you? That everybody ought to be separate. And yet, actually, America, for all its faults, is the best place to be by a country mile in the world. We are the best country, period. Do a little world travel, and you'll very quickly come to that conclusion. If people have been out long enough, they come back and they kiss the ground. They're doing that for a good reason. It's because they've seen something else. A lot of people that lived here in the United States don't know what it's like elsewhere. And yet, here we are all mixed up. That formula has been the one that's worked, yes. There's been strife between the races, but the fact of the matter is, it works best when they're all mixed together. And the proof of that is right here. If you doubt that, travel a little bit. So I don't know. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Cheery up.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
If I was God, I would make skunk apes not smell so bad.
Why, that's all that prevents you from trying to get next to a skunk ape?
We have a lot of them down here in Florida.
You're in Florida.
Yeah.
Did you see the photographs I had of the skunk apes? They were incredible.
No, but I heard the guy last night, and he was fantastic.
Oh, yes.
So we've got them on Buckingham Road down here by Lehigh Acres.
Really?
And, it seems like they're migratory, though. Through the winter, you don't see them. But come like May,
Well,
April or May.
how many of these things have you seen?
3.
You've
But,
seen...
but they're always together. It's like a family. And they actually talk. I mean, they'd be out in the cow pasture. Because out there, the zoning laws, you've got to have at least 5 acres.
Yeah.
And they actually have, like, a language. I mean, the thing sounded like it was saying, you'll laugh at it, but it sounded like it was saying, loop, I love you, Lord.
Wait a minute. Repeat
I love
that.
you, Lord.
Oh, I love you, Lord?
No, I love you, Lord. Loop, I love you, Lord. The mother was talking to the baby one day out in the cow pasture.
Oh, and you think...
They think terrible. Okay, my dog dropped dead of a heart attack because of them.
Your dog had a heart attack?
Yeah,
If the smell was that bad?
yeah, no, I mean, it scared him,
Oh.
you know, those things being around. But everybody out there knows they're out there, and nobody bothers them, and, I mean, they're loud, 3:30 in the morning out there, they would wake everybody up because they're, you know, where, some guy said that sounded like, on the tape that you have where it sounds like he said a church steeple and someone yelling.
Yes.
No, that is a skunk ape.
Yeah.
That is what they sound like.
Yeah, this is-
The other one is a Bigfoot, but that is a skunk ape.
Yeah, it's an authentic recording. And
Because that's exactly how they sounded out there at night. Of every night, 3:30 in the morning.
and you're not
Just
afraid.
set your clock.
You're not afraid of it.
Oh yeah, I moved back into town.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Because of the skunk ape?
Oh yeah.
This was
and the
after-
guy across the street, he packed up overnight and left. I mean, he was gone. You know, I'm sure if people were listening, you know, I wish they'd call in and let you know because I mean, everybody out there is seeing. And like one night, I called the police about it, and they just laughed at me.
They did?
Yeah.
Your life could be in danger and they chuckled at you?
Yeah, because I was pulling in and,
Well, how about your dog having a heart attack? They can't laugh that off.
I know, and I mean,
Maybe they could.
I guess so, but I mean, he was a healthy, you know, thoroughbred dog. I mean, he was full-blooded boxer, and it just broke my heart because he was a $750 dog, you know, and he was used
Well,
by
but
the
that's not
military
the-
police.
It's not the part of it that's supposed to break your heart, though.
No,
The actual cost.
no, but I mean, for him to get scared, because like I said, he worked as a military police dog.
Yes.
And for him to just drop dead, you know, from fear.
Then you can imagine, only imagine how horrible it must have been.
Yeah.
So they give them real serious training.
But they do attack cats out there. My cats would come home with their throats ripped open, and I know that's what it was.
Well, how? Oh, that's
And then they
horrible.
just disappear.
How does a cat come home with its throat ripped open? Just out of curiosity.
Sniper did.
I beg your pardon?
Sniper, my cat, he did.
I know, but how did he make it home with his throat ripped open?
It was ripped open, and I mean, I you know, put the white tape around him and that, and he was like, then he went back out, and then he didn't come home.
You taped him up?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, listen, one more question. Why would you name your cat Sniper?
Because he was one of those little black and white cats where he had the black over his eyes on a white face.
Yeah.
And when I first got him, he was in a drop-off at a mall. He was down in the ferns, scared of people, looked peeking out, and he just looked like a sniper sitting in there looking at me. So I snagged him up and took him home.
That's how it happens. All right, thank you. Well, I'm not sure that when your throat gets ripped out, the appropriate remedy is to grab some duct tape. You know, it probably isn't going to work, and that probably isn't why Sniper didn't come home again. Just a guess. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Yes, sir.
My name is Art. I'm calling from Livermore.
Yes.
If I was God, I would correct the one mistake I made.
And that was?
I would give all of my creations the ability to communicate with each other telepathically.
Well, so even though we may have once had that ability, you'd see to it that it was strong and present and always working.
Always working.
And we would all know what each other thought at any given time.
We would definitely know why our cat would not come to us.
Yeah. That would be magic, wouldn't it? I'm Art Bell.
The trip back in time continues.
Thou shalt have no other governments before me.
Now, we take you back to the past on Art Bell Somewhere in Time.
A guy walked into a little corner store with a shotgun and demanded all the cash from the cash drawer. After the cashier put the cash in a bag, the robber saw a bottle of scotch that he wanted on the counter on the shelf, and so the cashier put that in the bag as well. Cashier refused and said, "I don't believe you're over 21. Robert said he was. The clerk still refused to give him the booze because he said he didn't believe him. So at this point, the robber pulls out his driver's license, gives it to the clerk. The clerk looks it over and agrees the man is in fact over 21, gives him the scotch. Robber ran away with the loot. Cashier promptly, of course, called the police, gave him the name and address of the robber, and he was arrested about 2 hours later. Or this. A pair of Michigan robbers entered a record shop, nervously waving revolvers. The first one shouted, "Nobody move!" When his partner moved, the startled first bandit shot him. First time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi there, Art. How you doing?
I'm all right, sir.
Boy, I can see why most criminals are not terribly educated.
You know, I guess you could be so nervous and so dumb, and a gun in your hand, and you scream, "Nobody move," and your partner moves, and you have just issued the command, so you shoot the poor.
Boy.
Anyway.
The guy you don't need is your partner.
Yeah, that's right.
Boy, well, I'll tell you, after hearing some of the calls tonight and your question, I can see why we're not at the divine steering wheel.
That's actually, you put your finger on the overall point of the question in the first place, but it continues nevertheless, and I'll bet you have an answer.
Well, I think there's two things I would do if I were in that seat.
Yes.
The first thing is I would give mankind an absolute 100% knowledge that there is a God. As much as, like, their heart's beating in their chest, you would know there is a God.
Yeah.
The second thing I would do is give all of mankind 100% empathy. Whatever they did to someone else, they felt. And how could you be mean or cruel or go to war or kill if you felt how you made?
Well, I am told that when you have an NDE and you experience a full life review, that is exactly what you do. You feel the emotions of everybody that you have ever, done a bad deed to, and that's going to be a heavy trip.
Maybe it's a late in life lesson or our beginning lesson.
What I've always been curious about is why are only a very select few who have NDEs given this incredible knowledge, while the rest of us are left to wonder if it is really so. I appreciate your call. Thank you very much. Having an NDE seems like an unfair amount of information for that person to absolutely have. Now, of course, we have them on the program. They tell us all about it here. It just flat isn't fair.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the way life is. I appreciate your call.
Thank you.
All right, take care. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
Good morning, and thank you for paying for my call. This is Jim in Jacksonville, Florida, WOKV.
Yes, sir.
First thing I would have done was to put the apples on the tree of knowledge of good and evil out of reach. And then now I would make everyone willingly accept responsibility for their own actions.
Eve would have scurried up the tree and knocked him down anyway.
Well, did you ever try to climb a tree without any clothes on?
Well, I know it's a bitch, but she'd have gone up there anyway, and she had in mind to have Adam take a bite.
And then I would make a little more clear the reason for our existence.
That would be nice. That really would be nice. Yes, very good point, sir. There would be some sort of repository of knowledge about why we are here. That does seem to be the greatest mystery of them all, doesn't it? Some answer to that question. Now, maybe such questions lie beneath the Sphinx in Egypt. Who knows? Wouldn't it be nice, though, to essentially really understand why we are here? What is our purpose? Are we Mr. Sitchin's gold miners grown up, sort of? Or what? West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hello. That button. West of the Rockies, now you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, this is Fritz up in Alaska. I'm listening to you on 650 KNI.
Well, hi there, Fritz. Are you in Anchorage?
No, I'm down here in Anchor Point.
Anchor Point, Alaska. Okay.
You were asking about free will earlier.
Well, in a way.
Since I have free will, I can play cards in the middle of the freeway, but I'm going to suffer the consequences.
Right.
I can't blame that on God. And God wants us to choose Him willingly. If we don't, we suffer the consequences. That's not His fault.
The question, however,
What would I do if I was God?
that is the question. Yes. What would you do? No. What, yeah, do differently.
I would speed up the whole process so we can get this fiasco we call life over with.
By that, do you mean you would have us die younger with better corpses, or you would simply shorten the life of the world altogether?
Shorten the life of the world altogether.
Oh, I
Just go through the same routine, just do it a whole lot faster.
All right. Very good. So bring it on. The end. You ever wonder about that? Would you want to be around for the end of the world or not? Would it be something that you would be interested in observing in your lifetime? It's really actually a very hard question. Would you like to see the end of the world? And I'm not saying bring it on. I'm just saying that if the world is going to end, would you like to see it in your lifetime? Most are going to say, no, of course not. I have children. But I wonder how many people would say, yes, it's going to happen. It would sure be interesting to see. Hear those hoof prints in the middle of the night, hear that horn blowing. Yes, sir, sir. Bring it on. First time calling a line, you're on the air.
Yes, hi, Art. This is Tommy.
Hello, Tommy. What part of the world are you in?
I am in Roanoke, Virginia, traveling on the road.
Okay.
I've been kind of discouraged by some of the answers I've been hearing tonight. I've heard people start to touch on some things. I'm like, oh, they're going somewhere. And then, like the lady earlier, I thought she was going to go with the 7 deadly sins, and then she just kind of named like 4 of them and then just went away from it.
I see.
I guess the one thing, my background is I'm a devout Baptist, and I have been since the 4th grade when I became a Christian. But I guess I just wanted to entertain your question here, and if I were God, what I would want to do is I would want us to have the ability to use our brains to our full capacity from birth. I feel like right now, I mean, there are some people that have tapped into it, and I've heard people talk about it many times, but
I've been reading tonight about some people that obviously are not using even a small portion of their brains.
Yes, and I've been hearing that. It just seems like almost right now, it's like, since technology is so great, it seems like right now we're almost just like a hard drive with some emotions and a conscience, and then we can move around with that. It would just be nice, and I think that some of the questions would be cleared up for everybody as far as the existence of God and what they believe. If we had that stronger intelligence, that enlightened experience, I guess, if we could use.
Let's consider what you said earlier for a second with regard to the 7 deadly sins. You criticized the lady only for naming 4. If all of the 7 deadly sins were gone, then nothing would be at play in here. And I mean by that the world. Nothing would be at play. If all the deadly sins were gone, everything would be settled. There would be no dispute between God and the lower powers and all the rest of that. It'd be all over.
Yeah, I agree. But then where does Satan come into play then? Does he still reside in heaven?
Well, he's out of work. He's the victim of the recession. I mean, he's gone. I appreciate the call, but I mean, you think about that. Everybody wants all the deadly sins gone. That's part of free will that allows all these souls to be in play, right? And that's the whole game, isn't it? The souls in play. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, sir. How you doing? This is Mike in St. Pete, Florida.
Yes,
Mike. You on 97 WFLA.
Yes, sir.
Actually, I wanted to answer the God question tonight. I think that if I was God, probably every 5 years or so, I'd just show up and perform a miracle. It seems all the cool miracles happened a long time ago.
Well, I've been thinking a lot about that, and there was a day when performing your average miracle would have a great effect. I mean, people would go, oh, they'd fall to the ground, because they would realize they are seeing something totally incredible. Now, today, in 2002, it's hard to imagine what somebody could do that would not be simply and immediately disregarded by full class and all his friends as total baloney, in a trick.
Yep, exactly. Leaves doubt,
Yeah. So it would have in these days, it would have to be something really good. I mean, Salt Lake gone to spiders, whatever.
Come down and pot the water. Every 5 years, show up in a different spot in the world.
Yeah, but see, I've been to theme parks where they part water. I've seen that.
True.
I appreciate your call, sir. It would be hard, as God, to do something that would be so absolutely irrefutable from a miraculous point of view. Totally irrefutable. That everybody would say, oh, it's true. An image in the sky, oh, it's modern laser technology, and they tricked us. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, turn your radio off, please.
Thank you.
That's the first thing you gotta do. Okay. Where are you?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. That's where I went to basic training.
Really?
Yeah, they terrorized me there.
Brings a lot of people down here.
Yes, it does.
And who's this?
Who would you think?
Oh, this is Art Bell.
Bingo.
I'm so flattered.
Well, I'm happy that you're happy, but I'm the only possibility when I answer.
It's just hard to believe. Love your show, been listening for years. Had to rearrange my life so I could listen.
That's a lot.
It's worth it. If I were God,
Yes.
I would see to it that everyone was capable of logical thinking.
Now, that's pretty doggone good. In fact, I may like that the best yet. Not beyond, but just simple, logical thinking. That would make it a better world, wouldn't it?
I think so. It's so hard to talk to people who you see going out on tangents, and you can't hurt their feelings telling them,
That they're crazy,
yeah, or narrow-minded, or
yes, bigoted, or whatever.
tunnel vision, or whatever. Yeah.
No, you have a world full of Spocks, basically.
Right. Wouldn't that be great?
Yes, it would. The only thing I would say is that, unlike Spock, of course, there are many who say that Spock had, a good human part of emotion and so forth, but you would have to leave that emotion in place as well. The trouble is, emotion gets in the way of logic. So if you were to impart logic to all, you would almost have to extract emotion, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't want it to do that, because I think if you can think logically and still decide to do the emotional thing, can't you?
No.
No?
No. A logical decision is a logical decision bereft of any emotion whatsoever.
That's not so good.
Darn. Damn the devil.
Well, what if they were capable of, but wouldn't have to?
Well, there are people capable of thinking logical, but as I read you these stories this morning, obviously many of them don't. I appreciate the call, man. Interesting. It would be a better world if everybody was capable of thinking logically. I guess we wouldn't have to make it bereft of emotion, but to be pure, it certainly would have to be. Now, in Ann Arbor, Michigan, yet another example. The Ann Arbor News, the crime column in the Ann Arbor News, reported that a man walked into a Burger King in Ypsilanti, Michigan, at 12:50 a.m., flashed a gun, and demanded cash. The clerk turned him down because he said he couldn't open the cash register without a food order. So the man ordered onion rings. Clerk said you can't have them for breakfast. The man, frustrated, walked away. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Troy in Oregon.
Yes, Troy.
KWRO.
Yes.
They carry you, and it's just wonderful.
Well, that's the way to do it. Give these affiliates credit.
Well, boy, you bet. Listen, I have my granddaughter here staying up who is 12, she's sleeping beside me. Her answer was, she would like to see everybody's questions about the universe answered.
That we would have universal knowledge, right?
Yeah. But now, Art, I was wondering if you could do me a favor, huge favor,
Possible.
and talk to her. She saw a UFO on her way to school. She walks in the dark, and she's so scared to death now. She's 12 years old, and she's sleeping beside me tonight. I wondered if she could just tell you a little bit about it, or if if you could just talk to her, maybe.
But you just said she's asleep.
No, she's not. She's awake.
She is?
Yes, right here. I'll give her to you.
Okay, give her to me.
Hello?
Hi, you are awake, aren't you?
Yeah.
And you saw a UFO
Yes.
on the way to school?
Yes.
And what did you do?
Well, I was standing there and I was wondering, I was just like looking at the thing, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm seeing this.
But you did, so what did you do?
I just stood there and I had a flashlight with me because it was like 7:15 in the morning.
Yeah.
And I turned it off. And I looked down at myself to see if it could see me, and I was wearing a white sweatshirt. So I just stared at it and just looked at it, and it just like made this humming sound, and then like I guess it was like a half the size of a football field, and it was
Really? That's big.
yeah.
Do you think that it did anything to you?
No, ever since this has happened, I've had these dreams, and there's just like been like about like all these like aliens, I should say, but like coming to Earth and like.
Listen, I don't have a lot of time because our hour is ending, but I'll tell you this. It may be that you would want to consult with somebody who does regressive hypnosis and find out what really happened to you. Because maybe your dreams are telling you that something did happen to you, from your...
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
And then there's this fellow in Arkansas who apparently wanted beer, and he wanted it bad. He wanted beer badly. He decided that he'd take the direct approach and throw a giant cinder block through a liquor store window. I mean, there it was, so he couldn't resist. I mean, he could see the beer. He's drooling. He's got nothing on his mind but beer, and so he takes a giant cinder block and tosses it through the window. Problem is, the cinder block instead impacted with plexiglass and bounced back, naturally hitting him on the head, putting him in the hospital and, of course, in police custody. So, I guess he didn't go up to the window and do one of these things first, He just heaved, and that was it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Jamal calling from Los Angeles. Listen to 640 KFI. How you doing, Art?
I'm doing all right, sir. The mighty KFI in Los Angeles, yes.
Great. Very simple. I would have never let man create religion because it's the biggest thing that's separating everyone. It's the reason why people are killing each other.
Mm-hmm. It really is. I mean, I have no argument with that. It is.
I mean, basically, I put myself inside of man. You don't have to go outside of yourself to find me in religion. But I allowed that to happen because there are those that don't have faith and they're having problems going within finding me.
As a matter of curiosity, though, how would you as God prevent this, the free will part? No, you would have to make a qualification to the free will provision.
Well, that's the thing that a lot of us don't understand. There is no free will. You can't have a predestined life and the will of choice. Both don't go together. So
there really is no free. In other words, everything is predestined. Which means that it was God's design, is what you're saying.
Exactly. We have problems getting understanding out of things. I mean, I say it in the book. I created man in our image. Let us create man in our image.
That would be the plural. Now, he didn't admit plural. In fact, he objected to plural.
Right.
All right?
But
all right, sir. Well, listen, I appreciate it. But I do still think you would have to make an exception to the free will part. The free will part. Free will. Really the same thing. Free will. There'd have to be a big except no religion. So that rips away a big part of the free will thing. There is an overall point to this, asking this question and getting these answers, and I wonder if it's dawned on you yet. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Hello? Yes.
Maurice from Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yes, sir.
This may sound frivolous, but if I were God, I'd chuck this world up as an experiment gone wrong, find myself a new God in a being, create a new Adam and Eve. But the difference would be their plumbing.
Oh.
That would solve a lot of our problems.
Well, I really don't know that I should ask you this, but I am eternally curious. So please try and frame your answer carefully.
Sure.
What would you do to the plumbing?
Maybe a change of sex, actually. Sex organs.
So in other words, the female would have the male sex organ.
Most of our problems.
Now, let me think about that for a moment. A male, but you see, it's not the only thing, but basically it is pretty much the only thing that marks the difference between us. So you wouldn't achieve much, would you? I mean, if you took all of that, which is sexually a woman, and made it a man, then you'd have a woman. Other way around as well. So you'd still have the same old problem, it's just that you'd have a switcheroo situation. Of course, in the modern world, some of that is occurring anyway, isn't it? West of the Rockies? No, make that the wild card line. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, this is Sarah from Lebanon, Virginia.
Sarah, hi.
Hi, you have a gigantic show.
Thank you.
I got another word coming into my vocabulary lately.
What would that be?
Edger.
Spell it.
Like such as a noun that I am an edger.
Edger meaning?
Edge, like on the edge.
On the edge. Oh, you're an edger.
Yeah.
Edger. That's pretty good. It's perhaps not quite gigundous, but good.
Anyway, on to your question. If I were God, what would I do different? I would give mankind the infallible ability to follow instructions.
Oh, what a world that would be. To follow instructions. Whether given by superiors or, meaning people, or just generally always able to follow instructions.
Right.
Well, I'm not sure that it could be imposed on Americans, which generally, I never follow instructions. Do you?
Well, that is a,
or maybe you do.
A deficiency. Maybe not intentionally.
So, in other words, for example, when you buy something new, and it requires some assembly, do you sit down and before you begin, before you put one piece to another piece, you know, like the monkey with the bone in 2001, right? Before you grab that bone, before you put one piece to another piece, do you actually read the instructions?
No, usually just kind of.
You pick up.
Figure I know it already.
All right, thank you. Yeah, me too. And instructions are only read as a last resort. And usually, you know, you've taken 10 steps you weren't supposed to take by then. So she would would see to it that man would always follow instructions. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
my name is Rhoda. I'm in New Caney, Texas, and I listen to your show on KTRH.
KTRH, oh, what a blast of a radio station in Houston that is, yes.
It is quite nice.
You betcha.
What I would do if I were the supreme being would be 2 or 3 different things. One of them, I would hardwire tolerance into everyone.
Tolerance.
You would have free will, but you would be tolerant.
Mm-hmm.
You could have wars, but you'd have to have a logical reason for them. You couldn't just go out and shoot somebody.
In other words, things would have had to have truly eroded to an intolerable position.
That is correct.
Gotcha.
And the third thing is I deal with the public on a daily basis.
Yes.
All physical odors would be like flowers.
Dealing with the general public on a daily basis is a life-challenging situation, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It is. I feel that I have done a good day's work if everybody I've dealt with is still alive at the end of the day.
And the thing is, you really have to do it with a smile, too, don't you?
Yes, you do. You have to do it with a smile. You have to picture them being dropped in boiling oil and smile at the time.
You know, see, some people who called earlier said that what would make the world great would be if God had given everybody the ability to read everybody else's mind.
I don't want to do that.
But that really wouldn't work, and you're the example of that, because really, you know, after somebody has really wronged you in the day, you know, you're smiling at them, but you're really thinking, you miserable bastard, you. And so it just wouldn't work.
No, reading your mind wouldn't work. I think that what we need is the ability not to read each other's minds and to be able to smile and think you are a horrible person, still smile and say, have a nice day.
That's right. All right. Thank you very much. She is so right. The reading of minds without severely changing and improving our sociological behavior truly would be a disaster. Without the necessary white lies told every day, like the one she's just talked about. I mean, there are people you can deal with. You know right away, these people are trouble. These people are hateful people. These people don't like you. These people don't want to be doing what they're doing right now. They certainly don't want to be dealing with you. They think you're a schmuck. And they can act that way, and you've got to smile back, and at the end of it all, as she points out, say, have a nice day. Without the lie, without the ability to tell that white lie, the world would be a disaster. Some would point out, and it is. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, hey, is this an open line?
It is.
All right, turn this down. Hey, the hydrogen, energy that we have, I don't think that's the way to go. I've run into a, scientist, 20 years ago, and he had a flywheel with magnets on it, and it had a drive shaft with going to a smaller wheel with magnets. You get this thing to spin, and it just flies. There was a retardant advance on the drive line that went to the two, and there you go.
I understand the theory, but I don't think there's anything that I understand about it that escapes the law that says that eventually it slows down anyway.
No, it doesn't. The flywheel, the faster it goes, the more horsepower it has.
Well, then it would fly apart. It would go faster and faster.
Well, that's why that people like Area 51 keep it out of the hands of the public, because they, well...
Do you think that they've got a bunch of rotating stuff up there producing infinite power, blowing itself up every now and then? Do you believe that?
No, if you're a responsible person, you don't wrap it out to where it blows up. What you do is you just govern this thing, and it's really good for space travel as well. I think this is what free energy is. Anything else is bogus.
Well, see, while I understand what you're saying, I think the concept is bogus. And I don't see, if you can explain to me how that actually works and defies the laws that suggest it will slow down ultimately, then I'm listening. How does it do that?
Okay, two magnets pushed together.
Yeah, I know.
You know, but we have good magnets nowadays. That is considered an explosion. Now, when you put those two wheels, one larger than the other, together with a good drive shaft and the teeth.
Yeah, I got all that, but what is it?
What is it? What?
What does it do? Actually, how is it escaping the law of physics that say that the motion that started is going to, no matter how many pushes or explosions there are, it's still going to slow down.
No, it's not going to slow down. You have a retardant advance on the drive line. You push the magnets together, probably 8 or 12. Probably the more you have, the faster and the more horsepower you can get out of it at a low RPM. You push these opposing magnets together. The centrifugal force of the larger one continues to propel the slower one around to push more explosions or electromagnetic repelling. And there you go.
Well, I understand the theory. I just, in the end, I don't. Bring me one that works. Bring me an example. Send me an example. I would love to see it work. Even as a toy. A little toy that will endlessly scurry around the floor with the big wheel and the little wheel inside. Just keep going around the floor. Yeah, I'm sorry. I do not believe it. I understand a little bit about magnetics, and nobody understands everything. It sounds interesting, but if it really worked, it would be well underway by now. It just would not be at Area 51. There are plenty of people around that can fool with all sorts of electromagnetic stuff outside Area 51. We know about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Matt calling from Auberry, California.
Yes.
I gave you a Bermuda Triangle story a while back about a bear bomber. Have you ever done a Bermuda Triangle show?
Turn your radio off, please.
Okay.
Let's see. Have I ever done? Well, I've certainly had a number of guests who have commented on the Bermuda Triangle, but I don't think we've ever done a show exclusive to it.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, has anybody on your show ever raised the question of aircraft and aircrew losses on UFO intercepts?
No, it's an interesting question. I suppose if they wanted to cover up the fact that they had lost aircraft.
They have acknowledged one that the Air Force does admit, an F-89 from Kinross AFC, that was on the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It's now closed. But this was 23 November 53.
Mm-hmm.
They were scrambled to intercept an unidentified radar target over the Sioux Loch. They were last seen on radar, merging with the UFO blip until only the UFO blip remained.
So, in other words, that jet aircraft may now be on a UFO or in a UFO on its way to heaven knows where.
That is what, according to Kevin Randall, who, have you had him on your show?
Yes.
Okay. He mentions it in one of his books. He talks to officers, not just pilots, but navigators,
yes.
GCI, ground control to intercept people, intel officers, everybody. The majority of officers on the base felt that is what happened. Only a minority felt that the aircraft had gone into the lake intact, and they found nothing. No wreckage, no bodies, no nothing. And they did not talk. Normally in military aircraft crashes, they tell the family members what the last words of the crew were before the incident.
Yeah.
They did not tell the presumed widow of the pilot, nor the parents of the backseater anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me extend your idea a little bit. Assuming that other planes are lost in chases after UFOs and that sort of thing. If I, sir, were a Air Force public relations guy, I'd say something like an F-15 was lost today in a training exercise over such and such Air Force base.
That's what they would say. That's what they said after one crash in New York State in 1954.
Oh, well, see, there you are. There is something happening here. Maybe there are many planes up there.
This is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time.
Stop, children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's battle lines being drawn. Nobody's right if everybody's wrong. Young people speaking their minds. I get so much resistance from behind.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from January 11th, 2002.
A motorist was unknowingly caught in an automated speed trap. You know what those are, right? They measure your speed using radar, and instead of having a real live cop there, they have a camera. And it takes a picture of your car, and it prints the speed that you were doing right there on the film. It's like you're caught, you're dead meat, there's nothing you can do. Anyway, this fellow was caught in such a trap. He later received in the mail a ticket for $40 and a photo of his car. So instead of paying, he sent the police department a photograph of $40. Several days later, he received a letter back from the police that contained a picture in it. It was a picture of handcuffs. He immediately mailed in his $40 fine. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Corrine. I live in Lower Westchester County in New York. I'm listening to WABC.
Yes, WABC.
Yes, if I were God, what I would do differently is exactly what God has done, but not too many people are aware of it.
No, so, but you're breaking the spirit of the question.
No, just give me a minute.
All right, well, you're going to have to get there.
All right. One of your callers said this evening I would have people speak a universal language.
Right.
Remember the movie Contact?
Yes.
Jodie Foster said mathematics was a universal language.
That's right.
She stressed the importance of prime numbers.
Right.
What I would do as God is what exactly God has done with a friend of mine, which is to prepare him from the 60s on the importance of numbers. And through the years, he has revealed through prime number table thousands and thousands of confirmations of certain spiritual truths. And one of them is, I'll just give a few, is that most...
You're not answering the question.
Oh, yes, I am.
Well, I mean, I suppose in a roundabout way, you're saying everybody should be communicating with math, right?
But he, this person has, and I want to give a website, has revealed...
Oh, no, we can see it now. That's another rule you break. We don't give websites. Besides, 37, 16, 5, and 1. You damn well ought to know what that means. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Good evening, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you today. I'm George from Queens, listening to you on WABC.
ABC again, yes, sir.
I'd like to talk about Seth Shostak, and what brought that up in my mind in recent days is that you were talking about Sam Donaldson making a prediction on this week with Cokie Roberts and Sam Donaldson.
That's right.
And he indicated that this might be a year for SETI to make contact.
Correct again.
Well, did you catch this syndicated show at the game show To Tell the Truth about 2 weeks ago?
That I did.
Well, believe it or not, Seth
was on.
Seth Shostak?
Yeah.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. And he was the person, he was the guest whose occupation you wish to identify.
That's a good one.
Okay?
Yeah.
Now, in the affidavit, that he, normally they give a little affidavit pointing to what the occupation is.
That's right.
And he explained how about in Puerto Rico, the array of antennas and what they're doing to try to look for extraterrestrial life.
Right.
He explained the SETI project and what his job was to make contact with ET.
Yeah.
And at the end of the affidavit, if the affidavit was written by Seth, he says, I believe, is this, the way it was put was important. He says, I think that this will be the year that we make contact with ET.
Are you serious?
That was put at the end of the affidavit. You know how
And you're pretty sure that was, you think that was written by Seth? It sounds like it, doesn't it?
Well, that's the way it was put
But
in the affidavit. I can't vouch. It wasn't maybe we'll find ET.
Oh, I hear you. This does not sound like Seth.
Right, it doesn't sound like that. That's why I bring it to your attention.
Not the Seth I know and argue with all the time.
Right, that's like, I don't even know if he would allow that type of affidavit to be presented
Oh my God.
to the audience.
Well, all right. I'm going to have to get hold of Seth and ask him if it be true.
Okay?
I will do that, all right?
All right, I thought it'd be of interest to you because of the way it was put.
Oh, it is of high interest to me, believe me, sir. If Seth Shostak predicted, oh my, talk about neck out a million miles. Did you really do that, Seth? I know he's a listener. Did you really do that, Seth? It certainly is true that Sam Donaldson made the prediction. Now, what do you suppose might be known to these gentlemen that is not known to me? Probably to you. They're both very highly placed. Sam Donaldson at the top of his craft at ABC, no question about it. Oh, and by the way, we think we're lining Sam to come on the show now. All we have to do is talk Sam into staying up late enough. He wants to come up. He's got to stay up late enough. You can do it, Sam. Maybe a Friday night, Saturday morning. Have you on. Have questions for you about why you made that prediction. Now it's Seth Shostak has said that. Oh my. One could almost imagine among the Seth Shostaks and the Sam Donaldsons that there is a field of knowledge that we don't have. Of course, if there was, they would never, ever admit it. Right? East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, Jim from Alto, Texas.
Uh-huh.
On WOAI, so we're listening to in San Antonio.
The monster at 1200 on the dial.
You bet.
Right.
Well, the God question.
Yeah.
The big one.
The big one.
I think if it was up to me, I'd take a big step backwards and go all the way back to the lowly earthworm, for one thing, and have one sex.
You mean, there was an interesting story that ran earlier today on CNN, which could indicate a rather important sea change, so to speak. They had a story, I swear to you this is true, that in an aquarium, there was just a shark born, which in of itself, you would say, well, so what? This was an aquarium that only has held girl sharks. Period. Never male sharks. And one of these girl sharks, CNN's word, just had a baby shark. Now, that's potentially devastating, or not, right?
Self-fertilization.
Well, exactly.
Well,
today a
you look
shark.
at the earthworm, and they have both sexes in one body. You know how much that would calm down a household? Not to have the him and her fighting over stuff. And to take it one step further, I think I'd make everybody the same color. And I have no idea what color. They could be green, blue, I don't care. But
My wife came in a little while ago and said polka dots.
There you go. you know.
But then, you know, we'd find people with differently placed polka dots, and God help us, somebody would be born with dashes, right? So, you know, I'm sure we'd get around to it if we still want. But anyway, I appreciate your call.
Okay, thanks, Art.
Right, thank you. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is John up in Portland, listening to KEX.
Yes, sir.
And if I were God, I think that I would create something fun like the flying horse.
The flying horse.
I think that would take care of the energy problem and might create a new industry for umbrellas.
It would, it would be cool to look in the sky and see a flock of flying horses. You got to admit. I mean, have you ever seen the geese on their way, you know, in the big V formation?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine a big V formation of horses.
You know, like Pegasus.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
It would. It would add a lot visually, wouldn't it?
And then instead of the 10 commandments, I'd have the 10 guidelines.
The 10 guidelines?
That would take care of that.
Thank you. The 10 guidelines. Well, that's PC and really good stuff for 2002, right? The 10 guidelines. The spirit of the guidelines could then be talked about. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah. This is Greg. I'm on my way to Red Bluff, Sacramento.
I can tell you're on a cell phone.
I'm sorry.
That's
the only
right.
thing I have.
I understand.
Okay. Well,
God bless them.
I have two things, if you don't mind. First, I'd like to ask you, I've heard you in the past mention that you used to listen to a man named Long John Neville.
Of course, years ago in New York, yes.
Yeah. You know what? He wrote a book one time. Did you ever read it?
I do not have his book. I've heard that he wrote one. No,
Yeah,
sir,
he did.
I don't have it.
I used to have a copy of it. It was real interesting. It was about a UFO blast that occurred in the 60s in Ohio,
Yes, sir?
eastern Ohio, and West Virginia and Kentucky.
Uh-oh. See, this is my argument with cell phones. He's gone. Just gone. Poof. It was a disagreeable connection in the first place. I'm going to say another word about this because I cannot stand it. I just can't stand it. There is no excuse for audio like that in the year 2002. There is no excuse. What in the hell is wrong with these cell phone manufacturers and cell phone companies anyway? Oh my God, ham radio rigs produce a cleaner signal, better audio. We have taken a step backward. I mean, you heard the same call I just heard, right? The one that cut off? What kind of step forward in technology is that? It's not. It's a step backward. Backward. We've moved in reverse. What the hell's wrong with you people? Can't you put together a technology that delivers some decent audio over a cell phone, for God's sakes? Well, for gosh sakes. It's really annoying. It's really annoying, and it is not an advance. It is retarded science. And the industry needs to address it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yeah, good morning, Art.
Good morning.
This is Dennis in Phoenix.
Yes, Dennis.
Listening to 550 KFYI.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for bringing back Phaedra. I'd only heard that 2 or 3 times when it first came out.
Yes.
I quit playing it. I never learned who did it or whatever.
Haunting, isn't it?
Is it? It sure is. I have something I think you'll be interested in, a song. There's a group, it came out in 72. The album is Renaissance.
Yes.
The Renaissance is the group that did it. The album is Prologue. And the song is the last song on it. It's 11 minutes. And the name is Raja Khan.
Okay.
And I think it has all the elements you like in music.
I am willing to listen.
Alrighty.
That is how I build my my library of music. And by the way, I want to thank everybody who sent in music lists. And one last time, I would like to solicit music lists. I'm looking for the most comprehensive list that I can find of music, say, between 1950, even into the 40s perhaps, but generally between about 1950 and now, or at least into the 90s. Now, in my aged opinion, music as it approaches and moves into the mid to late 80s and then into the 90s begins to deteriorate into something that doesn't, in most cases, resemble music. Now, there are notable exceptions to this, but generally it degenerates into almost white noise, which is sort of all noise. It's all, white noise is sort of everything. A cacophony of everything, which you cannot call a tune, you cannot tap your foot to it, you certainly can't sing to it. Anyway, I'm looking for some really comprehensive lists for certain reasons. So if you have one of those, please send them along to artbell@mindspring.com. That's ARTBELL at mindspring.com. East of the Rockies, you are on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Tim from Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
Yes.
I wanted to try to answer your question.
All right, and the question now, too, I need to keep saying, if you were God, what would you do differently?
Yep.
Yeah.
What I do differently is, first off, I had to explain what the answer I'm going to give. I had seen a political cartoon a long time ago, and it was 3 frames. The first frame showed Garden of Eden with the animals and man. Second frame showed the globe itself, and the third frame showed a child's bedroom with the globe sitting on the shelf, and the words in the caption said, "God, put up your toys, it's time to eat." And what my answer would be is, what I would do different is I wouldn't have put my toys up.
You wouldn't put your toys up, huh?
No. I would stick with the project that I was doing. It almost seems like he put his toys up and he hasn't come back to them.
Well, that's a good point. And that, in fact, it may even be the truth. Thank you very much. In other words, he just may not even be paying attention. I mean, we all presume, right? He's paying attention. He may be up doing something else. May have just gotten things started down here and just left us for a while and hasn't paid attention, hasn't even thought about us since. Remember, 1 second for God is 1,000,000 years for man. Could be that way, certainly. So in a second or two, he may look back and then, look out. West of the Rockies, you're on the air, huh?
Yeah, this is Paige from Tri-Cities, Washington.
Hi, Paige. Paige, extinguish your radio.
Okay, hold on.
Very important, Paige. Everybody else, the minute you get on the air, you're going to have that turned off, not down, but off, or it will confuse you.
Wow, this is crazy. I'm actually on there.
Yeah.
What I'd actually do is I'd swap humans with animals. Put ourselves in their shoes.
Oh. And animals would suddenly become obviously humans, right?
And they would have the guns.
And they'd have the guns.
They'd have to say so on what goes on. They would push us off our land.
If such a thing should occur,
yeah.
And you had your option, would you be a domestic pet or would you be a wild animal?
Ooh, I'd probably be domestic.
Would you?
They seem to take better care of us.
Dog or a cat?
I'd be a dog.
You'd be a dog?
Yeah.
It's sort of one of those happy-go-lucky little sucking up, licking dogs.
Lazy dog.
A lazy dog. All right, sir, thank you. That'd be a good subject for a movie, wouldn't it? Maybe I've just given somebody in Hollywood an idea. They don't get ideas mostly on their own. But they've done every other type of thing like that. So how about that? The animal kingdom switched with the human kingdom. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, well, if I was God.
Where are you?
I'm in Chicago area.
Okay.
Listening to WLS AM radio.
Of course.
Yes. And the one thing I would do, I wouldn't change anything, but I would add one thing. In each incarnation, we would have total recall of each previous incarnation.
Huh. And all the pride or the guilt that would go with it?
Well, that and all the knowledge.
Yeah, it's a good point. Mankind, yeah, I agree with you. If reincarnation is real, this is really interesting to think about. If reincarnation is real, then why not allow each reincarnation to have full memory of the last? The advancement of mankind would be so much faster. And besides, you'd have responsible souls out there. All night long.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Once again, into the night. On the wild card line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art, how you doing?
I'm okay, sir. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you.
Where-
Boy, it was the first time I've been able to talk to you in like 8-10 years.
Wow. Where are you?
I am in Motley, Minnesota.
Okay.
And if I can give a plug for the CC radio, it's the best thing I ever fly.
Oh, I know. Everybody says that. I mean, it's awesome. It's totally awesome.
See, where I'm at, I can't pick up anything local, so I pick you up out of Chicago or Louisville, Kentucky, or I pick you up out of Omaha, or sometimes I can get you out of Minneapolis, but most of the time I'm picking you up out of Chicago or Louisville.
Well, you say you're in Motley, Minnesota?
Yes, it's about 20 miles west of Brainerd, where they have the International Speedway.
Do you have a radio station in Motley?
No, there's only about 400 people here.
Well, that does limit your options a little bit. So yes, you must listen long distance. Then if you have the CC radio, what I would do is it's got those really cool presets on the front, and I would just set it up for each station that I can hear. And when one takes a fade, boom, you're on the next one.
That's exactly what I've been doing for 3 years.
Smart man.
If I were God, I don't know, that'd be a big leap.
Well, yeah, but sure, but that's what the question's allowing you to do. Take a big leap and do something a little different.
I think what I do is give everybody the ability to really look at their perspectives. Because there's a different way of looking at things all the time.
Sure.
I think that I would also have them be a little bit more acceptable of things around them. And I'd probably give them the secret of happiness, at least what I believe in. And that's to learn how to be content with your dissatisfaction.
Well, that's a compromise, right?
That's true.
Learning how to be content with your dissatisfaction. I'm going to have to consider that. Isn't that sort of a resignation that there is no satisfaction?
Well,
no satisfaction.
Being human beings, we're imperfect, so we can't. There would never be any satisfaction in being perfect. That's just an illusion.
Well, I know, but you always strive, and if you accept your state of dissatisfaction, you have resigned yourself to the fact that you are going to be in this condition always.
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily an acceptance of it, but more of a
resignation.
No.
Yeah.
To learn how to be content is not necessarily to be resigned.
Well, if the source of your contentment is the knowingly unchangeable dissatisfaction, that is the way you framed it.
I guess that's true.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Take care. It's like giving up. Life stinks, but hey, I'm happy. I think that's what he said. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing okay, sir. How are you?
Good. I have some music for you. The series is called Lightscapes, and it's called The Scottish Moors by Jeff Victor. And the company has Compass Production. And they have his little notation down here is Jeff Victor weaves haunting tapestry of this musical land, or mystical land, using harp, bagpipe, violin, piano, guitar, and the whispers of the Moors. The ghost of the piper
Well, I would have to hear it. I mean, you can describe music till the cows come home, but you've got to hear it.
Well, I think it would be something that you would be interested in. It has all the hauntings of,
Well, I might.
horrors.
I might, but I might. You never know.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank you for your show. It's kept me going. I do crown and bridge work. I own a crown and bridge dental laboratory.
Oh.
And there are many, many crowns with a little Art Bell twist on it.
What does that mean?
They've got a little Art Bell flair in the anatomy.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I weave little A's and B's into the anatomy. It's possible to do.
Oh, I'm sure it is, but oh man, I'm not so sure that's
a good thing.
That it's moral. I mean, so there are people walking around with my initials in their
anatomy and their crown and bridge. Yeah.
How many of these things do you look?
Oh, I've done thousands, and I've been listening to you since I don't know, mid-90s.
Might be the mark of the beast.
No, I don't think so.
Do you realize how much human misery you're responsible for? I mean, in order to get a crown or a bridge, generally the requirements are teeth get shaved with horrible.
Oh yeah, and sometimes
and then root canals down in there. First you got to have the root canal, and then they shave the tooth and.
Well, I like how they try and talk to you when you can't say anything, when your face is sliding off your skull. Yeah, there's just thousands and thousands of people that can't stand.
Now listen, I'm curious. Could a person, if they were really careful, take a mirror or something, and would it be on the outside or would it be on the inside? In other words, could they check and see if they've been so marked?
Oh, it would be on the occlusal surface. If they could see through a mirror,
Speak English.
It would be on the surface that faces upward or downward. It depends on if it's your uppers or lowers.
That's the best yet. All right, I appreciate it, sir.
All right, thanks, Art.
Take care. Oh, my God. So my mark is in your mouth. Thousands of your mouths. My mark is in thousands of your mouths. Every time you chomp down on a quarter pounder or crack a carrot, you're doing it with my initials. That's immortality of a sort. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is Alan in Riverbank, California, at 580 KMJ.
Yes, sir.
Hey, if I was God, I'd do away with blind faith.
With blind faith?
Yeah, why would God need a big ego where everybody has to worship him and always wonder if he's really there to answer the prayers? You know, he could be on your show answering questions, pop into Letterman.
Well, ask this of yourself. Would God be more interested in those who had blind faith, as you pointed out, or those who constantly question? Where do you think his attention would be?
Well, I think it'd do away with a lot of problems. Everybody would know he was there.
No, but what I'm saying is, wouldn't God by nature pay more attention to those who didn't have blind faith? Because, you know, the blind faith ones, you don't need to pay attention to them. They're already part of the flock.
That's true. I just think how much fun he could have popping in to card games. You know, driving down the trail, all of a sudden he's sitting there next to you, changing your radio dial. I just think that blind faith causes a lot of problems, you know. You know, God's a big boy. He doesn't have to have everybody feed his ego. He could just be everywhere all the time, you know, answering everybody's questions personally.
It's a good point. When you get a chance, check your teeth, sir.
Ah, I will do.
All right, first time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Mike in Columbus, Ohio, listen to answer your first time caller, and more than I don't know what the word is. I listen to you all the time. Drive truck, listen to you all night long. Anyway, to answer your question,
yeah,
I think that one caller just on earlier. What